Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber. Yeah, folks, Quill18 here, and welcome to our Saturday stream, where we are continuing our push through Disco Elysium. I have no idea how much time is left. I know the, something I read said, oh, about 20 hours maybe to get through the story. Well, we've we've gone past that at this point. And to be fair, we do a lot of chit-chatting, and also we're, kind of doing a lot of the extra little side content that we can find and stuff like that. For all I know, we're only halfway done. For all I know, we're going to finish in an hour. Okay, that's probably not going to happen. I don't expect to finish today, but at this point, I have no idea, right? First time through here. Now, it doesn't help that we failed, I think, 3 times to even approach the corpse. And then it doesn't help that I think we failed like 5 times. I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but it feels like we failed like 5 times to identify these goddamn footprints. Now, we did end our stream on Wednesday on a bit of a cliffhanger because we're back with a reroll for these footprints. We just did one at 92% and failed. We're going to try again now. And so I don't know if we can get above 92% because I think we fail because of one of our traits. We fail on snake eyes, but also on rolls of 3s. So that might still be a possibility. I don't know, but here's the thing. Here's the thing that's annoying to me. Kiss for Luck has been starting to play Disco Elysium. And on Wednesday stream, she runs into the footprints, identifies them immediately. I mean, sure, why not, right? Of course. So the only thing I've been spoiled on so far is actually what these goddamn footprints do, because it's supposed to be something I think you do very early in the game, and it just didn't happen for me. So we're hopefully going to do it here, and that's the plan for today. We may or may not, depending on how I feel, we may go for 3 hours and switch over board gaming, but it wouldn't surprise me if we ended up doing the whole thing in the stream because it's very, very compelling. Cheers. Once again, this is a decaffeinated English breakfast tea, but it's helping to complete the ensemble, I think. You know what I mean? While also encouraging me to drink more tea, which is very good. All right. Any other things I want to discussify before we begin? He also shot the body. I did shoot the body. That's true, but that was hilarious. Regret nothing. You're only estimating about a third of the way through. Jeez. We learned that Quill is just bad at video games. I mean, that is accurate. Also, we have this sort of reverse streamer luck. I think we had one stream where we actually had really crazy good die rolls in our favor. And other than that, it feels like we've had the reverse streamer luck, which has been nuts. When is Quill Civ 7 Part 2 coming for the new series? It is coming on Thursday. So I think there was a note in the... there might have been a pinned comment for it or something like that. So, yeah, the Civ 7 content has been, like, weird and spread out, and the sponsored stuff has got very big limitations. So it's Thursday the 30th will be part 2 of that. I will note February 3rd is when the review embargo lifts for Civ 7, which basically lifts all restrictions on Civ 7 content, with the exception of streaming. Streaming is still not allowed until February the 5th. Now, every now and again, you go on Twitch and you find someone streaming. Those are people who are probably not keeping their accounts, which is, well, that's probably not that, but they're probably getting a slap on the wrist for doing that from time to time. But yeah, officially, we can't live stream it until the 5th. And the game comes out in 11th, so that's still a lot of, ready, and the reviews are on the 3rd. So it'll be really interesting to see what the reviews look like on the 3rd, because theoretically, the reviewers have had lots of time to play Civ 7. They theoretically have had Civ 7 in their hands for a good amount of time, which is nice to see. Sometimes there's no review copies until the day of for a game. That's always sketchy. Here, 2K and Firaxis must be fairly confident in things because they put out the reviews a good time ahead. They really, and with a long embargo to make sure, no. You've got 3 weeks to play this bad boy before you have to write your review. So, play it. We've seen this before with some of the games where people clearly have made a review for these strategy games based on one session of gameplay. So we'll see. So far, I'm still very much enjoying the game. I've been playing it this morning just for fun. What's annoying to me though is because I've had to do with some of the sponsor stuff, I've had to do the content so far ahead of time that because there's this huge approval process with 2K. I've had to do the content so far ahead of time that it was, my baby days of Civ 7. And every time you finish a game of Civ 7, it's like another layer of the Matrix has been stripped away. It's like, oh, now I see it. Hey. Oh my God. What is this? The UI went away? Am I cracking Kim's back here? What? I didn't realize we had this sort of idle screen. Ugh. All All right, I'm a little less dignified than Kim. No surprise there. I've never seen this. We've never just sat on one of these screens. This is a team building exercise. Copro helping Copro. Exactly, Major Horrigan. Oh, and Super, I promise we're going to start playing in a second here. Just nice to keep chatting here. Quilla got this game like 5 years ago, maybe could not get into it for more reasons, for some reason, but since you're playing it, I'm now really excited to start playing. Excellent, Super Salami. That's good to hear. Okay. All right. And the UI's back. Let's begin. Let's begin with these accursed... Ooh, I'm not in the right window. I'm like, why is tab not highlighting? Let's begin with these accursed footprints. And honestly, if we fail this check, part of me is like... We just saves coming, right? If we fail it again, let's go.
There are several footprints in the left by work boots.
Oh, that's right.
Anywhere from 6
I was going to spend a skill point on visual calculus, right? Yeah, I was going to spend a skill point on visual calculus to force the reroll. Even though I wasn't planning on going deep into visual calculus. F that. We're putting a point in here. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just so bitter about these steps. Okay, 97% is actually, I believe, the max. Although I think this doesn't take into account the fact that on 3s, we also get a crit fail because of one of our perks. So I think 97% is the odds of only Snake Eyes losing, but I think ours is slightly worse than that. I think we actually are at something like a 92. But yeah, spite point, exactly.
8 pairs of boots.
It tried to make us fail again.
In the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work?
It's going to lead me to drink.
That's right.
More tea.
The Hardie boys in the mess hall of whirling in rags.
I was seeing a gang of men in work boots. I mean, we're literally in a union town with tons of people who work in the harbor and probably wear work boots. But I mean, you know, if it quacks like a duck. All right, let's go over them one by one.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This...
And they literally confessed.
Titus Hardie. The one with the bald cap on his head.
Did we take account of all their boots? Do we know exactly what their shoe sizes were? We didn't actually look at their boots that closely. I mean, I think we're assuming that number 1 is Titus, but sure, okay.
Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy.
Yeah, I mean, these boot prints have been here over a week because that's when, like, the body has been there for over a week at this point. It has snowed and I think rained, and we've walked all over here, and Kuno has walked all over here, and presumably other people as well. The manager of the Whirling Rags to drop off some trash and things like that. Whoever the weasel is who lives in the basement. But no, it's fine. These footprints are clearly still intact.
2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps.
Okay, what's interesting about this is I said I watched A Kiss for Luck start to play this, and she got this check basically immediately. Technically, she failed the first one and then died. And then on the reload, succeeded. So in the timeline she's in, she succeeded on the first time. But she hadn't met the workers yet. So she didn't get the description of who these things belong to, which is very interesting.
4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo.
And if we'd gotten it the first time, we wouldn't have gotten this either.
You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print?
Damn, our eyesight is amazing.
5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky.
I should have gotten this earlier, I say in a meta way.
Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty.
Just a little corner of something showing. Okay. Count the rest.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot.
Glowing outline?
Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
That's like 440 pounds.
Carrying something?
Yeah, because even like Fat Angus isn't that fat. And they did say he was quite strong, actually. He wasn't just purely fat. He was quite strong. So it could make sense for him to also carry a body. And that starts to make sense and add up here. And the last one?
8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardie boy.
Okay, I was going to say this, because I said 8 footprints. Oh, probably belonged to Hardie Boys. I'm like, wasn't there 7 of them? And I'm like, I was doubting myself. I'm like, well, maybe there were 7 plus Titus Hardie himself. But no, okay. 8 distinct one. Also, the right sole is smoother, more worn. Makes me think of the one person who had, like, there's the lady trucker, or whatever she's called. I can't remember what they're calling her. Whose vehicle has sandpaper on the gas pedal for grip. Do they have sandpaper on the gas pedal for grip because one of their boots is worn smooth? And or does one of their boots get worn smooth because they are constantly stepping on sandpaper? Anyway, that's my suspicion right now. My suspicion.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardie Boys were here.
We're going to, actually, Kim? Well, actually, there are 8.
That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
Note to self. This would be a good question to ask Titus. Where's the 8th man?
So we're our way from top to bottom. Light step, number 41 shoe.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardie Boy. The one with his front teeth missing.
Yeah, you mean the rat-faced one?
Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat.
That's okay. That, rat aesthetic is very big right now in Hollywood.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
And then a heavy one here, 200 kilogram imprint.
200? This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardie Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a really good sense of the weight of the hanged man, plus when he was wearing armor and stuff, but...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
It could have been one extremely obese person. It could be. At this point, I think we have learned not to make assumptions on this hanging. I'm going to say that.
The fat guy from the mess hall isn't that obese. He's more like a farm boy. Definitely not 250 kilograms on him.
Or children not standing on top of one another.
Admit, he's the best fit we've got.
Yeah, you're right. The fat guy from the booth was carrying the victim.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a previous gunshot.
Could be Measurehead.
They had to
Could be Measurehead carrying his 3 women.
Is there anything else that's noteworthy here?
Yeah, there's an aberration here. One soul is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Odd Soul.
Oh, I like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardie Boy. Wonder who he is.
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
A driver would wear down their right shoe before the left. The accelerator's on the right. And remember that abandoned lorry cabin we found? Bum, bum, bum.
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle.
Mind flare aberration. Yeah, it's a piece of sandpaper. Exactly. That's the one.
Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the Odd Soul.
Women always deceitful. Dude, you got issues, man. I like this. First the drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardie and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
I mean, we don't know. I mean, it could be the entire union, or not necessarily. She could have kept it a secret. Like, it could literally be anything within that range. Those jerks, definitely. You know what? I'm feeling, oh yeah, this is, but I don't want to make any assumptions. Oh, there you go. I feel like, you know, yeah, on our last stream, we started off tough cop. Now I feel like we're being maybe weirdly reasonable cop, or at least cautious cop? Harry's a complicated man. That would fit what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus Hardie has got to say on the matter.
Mm-hmm.
This might throw them off, work in our advantage. So, what else?
Yeah, how old do you think these tracks are?
A week, maybe?
Yeah.
7 days would fit.
Crazy
the
that they're
timeframe
still here.
Provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon. 7 days below freezing.
Okay.
The day before, the day of his hanging.
Okay.
One day.
I do know about frozen boot prints in the mud. I just thought it did rain too, so I didn't realize it had been that cold so consistently. But sure, okay.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree.
Uh-huh.
Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made to look like a lynching.
We've been purposely misled?
By these tracks? Yes.
All right, I think we've been through all of it. All right. Confront him about the drug trade. Now, I know one of the things we have to do with him is, like, push our authority. Although part of me keeps forgetting that the Ledger of Failure and Hatred has some great stats on it. Like, we could do this. Weirdly, it lowers my authority, maybe because of all of our failed things. The thing is, our authority's kind of crap anyway. Well, okay. It does have a natural 3, which isn't, I suppose, apocalyptic, but I think our odds were already sitting at like 3% to like do the authority check. So in a sense, stacking more negatives there doesn't really matter. And there may be other things going on. We can always take it off to do the authority check itself. Oh, and swap our glasses after the footprints. You're right, because the glasses, these glasses gave us the visual calculus, which is nice for the boost, but cost us drama, which I hate. I love drama. So we're going to do this. Oh, look at that. Our authority drops even more. So again, we can retune things. Is there a minimum or is it sitting at 0? I already forgot where. Yeah, 0. It's like, and at a certain point, it doesn't matter, right? At a certain point, it's so low that it has no impact whatsoever. But, and then we can always swap them out if we need. We could talk to Kuno again now that we know more about these footprints, but honestly, no. 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 So I'm going to go in with the Inland Empire and Empathy set a little bit higher, because it might work. And then we can always swap out before we do our authority check. The other thing we can do as well with the authority check is its Psyche, which means we could take some Pyro. That is entirely possible. I don't think any of my other hand tools have stats, right? I mean, other than the Draugs. No, none of the other hand tools have stats, so I'm not worried about throwing them on. And yeah, otherwise, I think I'm okay with this. So, do a little quick save so we don't have to go through all the footprint stuff again. I'm going to check the window, but I suspect maybe this is when we know the truth. All right.
Looks like
go on, talk to Kuno.
circus
No.
left town, but the clowns are still here.
Yeah. Titus, listen, I got some. I had a few questions. Listen, I found 8 sets of footprints, but there are only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardie boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardie boy. There's 7.
What about a Hardie girl?
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardie boy?
I do like to be part of a group.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Oh, Glenn's about to get a big shut the fuck up from his buddies here.
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her.
Yeah, so I think there are only 7 Hardie boys, but they care about this lorry driver. I mean, I'm assuming it's not Elizabeth, but I mean, there's always a possibility that that's what it's going to turn out to be. But I think it's this other person.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
Uh-huh.
I do the talking here.
Yeah, I told you there's going to be a shut the fuck up coming.
You want, cop?
It has to be good if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardie boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
Thanks, Kim. Break it down for us.
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardie Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
At least we all know where we stand.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardie sooner or later.
+1 discussed 8th Hardie. Okay. I guess I should probably do the roll now because we might get another modifier here, which will once again reset this white check. I know I'm being fairly meta here, but what we're going to do is we're going to leave. Unfortunately, we got to deal with this animation every time. We're going to swap our authority gear. I don't think I've got anything that boosts my authority. Although, I did like the jacket, but I think I'm going to put the RCM patrol coat back on. You know, for this particular move. Change the glasses of no authority and the offhand item, which I don't need anything. I could have put the pyro in there because I could consider it. But anyway, that will put us back to our baseline of 3 authority, which is as good as it gets with our current thoughts. It ain't much, but we're going to do it.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are...
Like the idea of Harry quick swapping clothes in the middle of the conversation. Yeah, if only it could be the actual middle of the conversation. Okay. It's only 17%, but there's a chance.
You have so many bad options ruled out, it's insane. There is no way in the world you won't do it this time.
There's no way in the world you won't do it this time? Okay, authority, if you say so. Kim, I need your gun.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea.
The authority says it's a great idea, and I have authority of an entire 3, so it can't possibly be wrong.
I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
What? Who? Me? What is it?
Yes, you.
I was gonna say, I'm talking out loud.
Talking out loud. You sound like you're unraveling.
Everybody calm down. This is only a demonstration. Kim, the gun, please.
What in the name of fuck are you doing?
But I don't want to give you my gun, not after the last time.
Oh, what if we hadn't shot the body? Would you give me the gun? Probably not, but...
The fuck is happening, Titus? What are they whispering about?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
Wow. I'm not scared anymore. I know what I have to do. Trust me, Kim, I'm merely flesh. There's no other way. I know what I'm doing. It's not my first day on the police job. Trust me, Kim, I am merely flesh. I don't know what this means, but it's weird and I want to go for it.
Merely what?
He doesn't quite catch that last word. A brief moment and passes in silence then.
Be careful. It's loaded.
Kim, what are you doing? Kim, you're supposed to be the grounded, reasonable one here. Why are you giving me a loaded gun? I'm clearly unstable. Kim, what's wrong with you? He unholsters and gives you his firearm. It feels oddly light and buzzing in your hand, like a funny toy.
Good. Now put it in your mouth.
Are we having a Blazing Saddles moment? You know, like, everyone stand down or the cop gets it. Well, you know what? Our 3 authority, we've clearly got a really good sense of what the correct move is. I'm going to listen to authority. We quick saved, it's fine.
What are you doing?
The short, cold barrel touched your lips. It tastes like iron in hell.
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face.
Yeah, no shit.
Fellas, you getting any of this?
These are my thoughts in my head. You will never forget what happens in 5 seconds if you don't respect me. You better get ready to fucking respect me in 5, 4, 3. I'm not fucking this case up. Finger on the trigger. You will respect me. I'm gonna kill myself now. Or give the gun back to the lieutenant. You will never forget what happens in 5 seconds if you don't respect me.
Fellas, the cop is really threatening off himself. This is insane.
No, that is not what is happening. This show is unnecessary. Give me my gun, now.
He's desperately trying to offer a counter-narrative. There is none.
These are my thoughts. This is my head.
What in the name of motherfuck?
He looks closer, squinting at you.
Acidic taste on your lips. Corrosive. Once as a child, you put your tongue against the rail.
He's going to be so freaked out by us, he's going to tell us whatever we want.
A long time ago.
The fuck is he saying?
Some insane shit.
Yeah, I'm crazy. You got to tell me the truth.
Nothing. Give me the gun.
I'm going to try one more here. You better get ready to fucking respect me in 5, 4, 3.
He's not gonna off himself. Come on.
No. He'll do it. Go ahead, son. 3, 2.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. No. Give it to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. It's not too late. You can still spin this as some kind of tactic.
Bratan, we can't have any fun if you kill yourself.
Oh.
Painting the booth red with your brain sounds like a real blast now. But what about later? There'll be nothing.
You know, it's a good thing there's one sane person here. And it's no longer Kim. Kim gave us his gun. He no longer counts in Team Sane. Horrific Necktie coming in with exactly the correct perspective. The voice of reason. Thank you, Horrific Necktie. All right. I mean, we could still do this, because it's still not doing it yet. And I'm curious as to what it is, but I must listen to the tie. I'm going to give the gun back to the lieutenant.
Thank you. Nothing to worry about here, people. My partner likes to play these jokes. He's what you call dark.
Yeah, I'm an edgelord is what I am.
He is infinitely grateful to have that gun back on his belt.
If Kim ever gives us his gun again, really, we're going to have to report him to the office.
Dark? What the fuck was that, you carnies? We haven't seen RCM in 4 years, and this shows up?
I knew he wasn't gonna do it, though. I knew he'd pussy out.
Kim, give me the gun back, right now.
No. I still have my money on him. Sooner or later. He has that look.
I mean, honestly, kind of, yeah. Okay. Not 3. Kind of comes out of nowhere. All right. Haha, everyone. Did you like my funny joke?
Do not think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men. Do not expect them to forget it either.
Again, it was a dark joke. Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker, before we continue. Jogging around seems to have...
We didn't get any modifiers either way. All right, guess what? I've connected you to a local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've collected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grace?
Yeah, sure. Give me the gun again.
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
I mean, suggestion said so we'll do it. No, do the honors. You've earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus.
Plus, they really don't respect me.
Local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
I see their line of thought here, their argument. I see it. I hear what they're saying.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community.
For the good of the community. It's disgusting you're admitting to profiting off poisoning your own people. Good idea. People are always going to do drugs. At least this way you have some control over it. Sort of our highly socialist point of view over here. Kind of vibes with us. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there. I mean, yeah, I've got several in my pocket right now. Still plenty of drugs out there. In fact, I have some in my bloodstream right now. I mean, they're not saying there aren't drugs out there. They're saying that it's going to be less chaotic. Are there some in my bloodstream? We did take some pyro pretty recently, actually. I think we took some today. So, legitimately, number 4. F it. Apparently, in this particular scenario, we're being kind of a little bonkers. There's still plenty of drugs out there. In fact, I have some in my bloodstream right now.
Enjoy your shitty ride, junkie cop. We still have it under control. All you're doing is contributing to the local economy. It's just a little hitch.
Yeah, there's always going to be little sprouts. People find a way to make coin, but that's the little picture. Hardie boys are taking care of the big picture.
I agree that 2 would have been pretty strong, but this is funny.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardie. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardie boys here.
The 8th Hardie, the one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off.
He knows how to talk to cops.
Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardie. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know. Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints.
No, it was Jesus.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Oh, okay. All right. We're up to 28%. We got it this time. Authority. We're going to establish it.
You have so many bad options ruled out, it's insane. There is no way in the world you won't do it this time.
Let's try this again. Give me your gun.
No, not going to happen.
That's it? That's all I got?
Well, the rest of that Nancy stuff was really just there to make the gun thing more appealing. But it might work anyway.
That's really funny. After trying everything else, okay. Kim, I'm only getting total garbage here. Please help.
You know what? You guys must be the cops. Because this is what cops do, right? Live in a bar, sit on their fat asses like they own the place, while the neighborhood goes to shit. Corpses hang from trees. Kids shoot up.
Hey, we don't have to fucking take this shit.
Glenn.
Everyone shut up!
Titus's loud baritone echoes from the mess hall walls, and the entire cafeteria falls silent.
Fuck you, man. You didn't see the place before we got here. Fucking graffito everywhere.
It's interesting that they're using the singular version of graffiti all the time.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
I'm sorry, who? Who's Monica? Maybe it was an earlier conversation from way back when, like 3 streams ago.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help. Someone's been raped. She needs counseling. We need to talk to her. I've asked this before. Why are you hiding the victim? I'm going to go with 1.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with...
Oh, some of the dialogue bubbles that pop up are about Monica. Oh, okay. Help her, you're going to help her, but you're going to treat her with respect. Harry is always respectful. That's what he's known for. That's his most iconic trait.
If you don't...
I mean, mostly Harry doesn't respect himself.
Harass her. A freight train of pain, buddy.
I hear you, Titus. I hear you.
What is her name?
Klaasje, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due with an O-U.
And of course, we started a relationship with her real good.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. Remember what you said to her? You told her you want to have...
You know, if I remember correctly, and we've done a lot of drugs, so maybe I don't remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it was Twitch chat that had sort of pushed me into saying certain things. Or maybe I'm just editing my own memory to make me think it was you guys, to make myself feel better about myself. But this is going to make things worse. It was a tie. Oh, maybe it was the tie.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Klaasje, correct your tie, or however, Klaasje? Casey? I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to correct my tie here. No, shush. Quiet.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours.
Jesus fucking Christ! Look at these modifiers! Oh, we even get a -1 from the first option. Miss Orange Disco Dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Oh, it's not showing me the thing anymore. Oh, there we go. Yep. Cool. Super cool. Everything's cool. Everything's fine.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Okay, we do have a lot of free heal on morale, but we also have tons of charges. I'm gonna go and put a couple of ticks in there immediately. Not that I really feel like I need to, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions.
This Kim wasn't there to witness that. We hadn't met him yet.
It sounds like you're having a heart attack. Whatever you said, it couldn't have been that bad. Please relax.
It wasn't great.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
Well, I don't know her. But I could say I saw her once. I met her when I was leaving my apartment.
Normal. Try to forget this little...
Oh, don't tell Titus I know her. Yeah, okay. Well, what was her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her.
Right,
That's
yeah.
But relationship.
Did they know each other at all beforehand?
It was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
Well, when was the rape? I mean, it is all connected. Come on.
We did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
Exactly. Thank you, Kim.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Yeah.
Here you go, boss.
Bubbleon throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. It foams all over because it's been tossed. So what's your relationship with her? Yeah, I'm not going to say that. All right, well, I'll say this. So what's your relationship with her?
I know her.
How well do you know her?
Kim said that with way too much insinuation.
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Yeah, the morale damage does impact your volition checks, and the health damage apparently impacts your endurance check. But I'm hoping, well, you do have so much of this. I guess there's no reason not to do this if I get a volition check, sure. It's like, oh, I kind of want the free heals from, whenever I do a composure check now, because of one of my traits, I get a free heal to morale. But at the same time, we have infinite amount of these supplies. I might leave the health down, though, for now, until we get a free heal from failing. There's some check that if we fail, we get health. I think maybe any physical check, when we fail, we get health. And I think any psych check when we fail, we get morale, but it's kind of all moot. But volition is boring.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant. Or a drifter, of some sort. Being
Well, any red check is health. Really?
over the window.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Don't worry, Angus.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
Hey, you said you partied. Cool. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. What do you mean by that?
What do you think I meant?
I don't know. Did you karaoke?
Yeah, tons of it. All the songs.
Yeah, to duet that much, you two must be close.
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Interesting.
He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Well, my brain told me not to say that I know her, so I'm going to say, thank you. We'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
I heard you. All right, yeah. Go upstairs, knock on door number 3. I think we're pretty sure we see her on the roof. Oh, Kim's got things to say. Is it about the gun? So we have a skill point. Do I want to put in a new idea? We could do the apricot chewing gum scented one. Apricot chewing gum scented one? Why is that sentence like that? 15th Intertribe. Maybe we'll do it as well. I'm not entirely sure it's as interesting. This seems like... this is all leading us to think about our X something. It's probably going to be a terrible idea. Therefore, I kind of want to do it. It sounds terrible. It is going to cost a skill point. Or maybe something that's going to be bad for us. Unless there was something I wanted to put in here to trigger a reroll. I guess I may as well do the window if the stats haven't still changed. Presumably when the time advances here. Oh, there we go. There we go. 42%. I don't think I've got anything that boosts perception. Hold on. Right? I don't think there was anything that boosted perception. Like, weirdly, the glasses don't. Yeah. I don't think we've got anything that's lowering our perception. You're wearing it. Oh, something that boosts perception? What do we have that boosts perception? Oh, the hat! Right, the hat. The goofy hat. Which is the reason I'm wearing it, even though it doesn't look that cool. Just because I don't care as much about the encyclopedia, and the hat, like, the perception is really useful. Okay. Kim, I'll get to you in just a second here.
Again, you find yourself looking at... There's a yellow...
There we go!
...tied to one of the branches. Light yellow. Faded
what?
with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key.
Yeah, I see the bonuses on the left, but I don't know if you can mouse over it for the state of it, right? So just because we see like a +1 or even 0 doesn't tell us what all the total things are coming from. I'll check to see if you can mouse over it, but I didn't think you could.
Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. Okay. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Oh. Someone's hid a key in the bush.
Huh?
I need you guys to hand the key to me. Can you let me slide by this and grab the thing? Titus, can you please? Listen, guys, just scooch over. Just scooch over a bit.
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
That's fine. I'll just stand in your lap. Don't worry about it, Alan.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you.
Thanks, Theo. You're a bro, man.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Thank you. I nod to the old man.
Off yourself. Make it up to me, cop. I still got my money on that.
Does anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the union box window?
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
I wonder what doors does it open?
It could open the door in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
Maybe. There's also the weird door in my bathroom upstairs.
It's worth a try.
Okay. Yeah, what I meant to say, like, I know there's stats over here, but, like, if I mouse over... Okay, there's a tooltip. For some reason, I thought it wasn't. There wasn't a tooltip. I thought I checked it before. I guess... Oh, you know what I'm realizing is I think it was like... Well, we don't see anything with a 0 here. What if I'm wearing something with a +1 and a -1? Would it show up here as a 0 so I could still mouse over? That was my concern. And then I didn't think I could trust it. And I didn't think the tooltips worked, but I must be thinking there must be somewhere else that I tried to tooltip something for a breakdown, and it wasn't clear to me. Okay, but that's good. All right. And yeah, hopefully it would show a 0 if there was something. Kim, let's just move out of this room for a second. All right. What do you want to say? Is it about the gun? Kim, is it about the gun?
What in the name of hell was that supposed to be?
I think it might be about the gun.
The theatrical suicide attempt. We need to talk about it.
Do we have to?
We do. I was able to recontextualize it as a dark joke. I will not be able to recontextualize it the next time. I understand you sometimes employ extreme interrogation tactics, but I want you to understand that was too extreme.
I mean, Kim's not wrong.
We can't have RCM officers going around putting guns in their mouths. We can't afford to have that image. Few institutions can.
I wish to embrace the gloaming ahead of time. No knowing if Adam's called me. It's going to happen again. I'm going to do it again. Oh, dude. Listen, I went with my gut. That's what Harry does. He goes with his gut, or what his brain grapes tell him. And this time it was wrong.
Yes. Very, very, very wrong. I'm glad you see it my way. Let's go.
Yeah, it's never going to happen again until it happens again. Oh, he's got more to say?
Officer, what was that?
Oh, yeah, okay. You mean the sweating and the fidgeting when he mentioned her name?
Yes.
And the sort of quivering jello thing with the eye?
Yes.
I think I know that woman.
The victim?
I didn't want to tell Titus that I knew her, but
Before we talk to
Kim.
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Fucking hell, this game. Listen, I met her in the hallway after I woke up. Just the facts.
Understood. You were not in good shape.
I mean, one is also a fact, but is a weird thing to say. She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
I tried to hit on her.
Understood.
It went pretty okay. No. Said I'm going to have to interrogate her later and it's going to suck for me. Did she say that? She might have, right? Fuck it. Said I'm going to have to interrogate her later. It's going to suck for me.
It is. This would have been good to know before.
Well, it didn't come up. How do we know she was going to be tied to the case? Other than the fact that it's a game and everyone's going to be tied to everything.
It should have.
No way.
Anything else?
Nope. Let's move on.
You're right, officer. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be all right.
Plus morale.
Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride.
Lots of things to get the heels.
Try not to mess it up.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Harry never messes anything up. Do you have anything new to say, Elizabeth?
I've got nothing to say to you.
Oh, are you the Hardie girl? Well, clearly not. We already know that, but I want to see what happens.
I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Okay there, Glenn.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
Yeah, but... Oh, my God. Harry's learned about, like, time and place and appropriateness, right? Well, clearly not, with the gunplay and everything like that, but... Right now, Look, get a grip, Glenn. She went to law school.
So fucking what? Lots of models.
Still a stupid response.
Smart people, fuckwad.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn's completely right.
No, Glenn. They aren't.
Elizabeth in this case is wrong.
This didn't change her opinion of you.
Well, why would it?
It's not her. She's not a Hardie girl. Definitely.
Hey, do you know anything about this key?
Can I help you?
Another
thing. Great.
Oh,
Yes.
no. I have enough money for the bill for tonight, but let's hold off a second. Let's check this door back here.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Try the workshop spare key on the
key
door.
Fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks.
So this can't possibly be the route to the roof because it hasn't been open in literal years. The key's been out there forever.
Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Can I sleep in here for free? There you go. Is that a pinball machine? Well, they had another one, I guess. Pinball says Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords. I love pinball so much. I love pinball so much. The pinball is white Deora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning. Note, NB, the spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. Well, we could have used that hint 1,000 years ago. I wonder if there's a back way in. Is this an elevator? Maybe this is a way to the roof. I'm wondering if the other way to the roof might be through Klaasje's, I don't know how you're supposed to say her name. We're going to say Klaasje's apartment or room. Maybe she, crawls out the window. Maybe there's a fire escape, but this might be an alternate route to it. Twitch is about to get an ad break in 20 seconds. As a reminder, you could also watch on YouTube at the same time, and then if one has an ad, you can go to the other. You can do these things. Or, of course, you could always subscribe to support the channel that way and get no ads. $5! Oh, baby. And another pinball machine. Wait, can I use this one? Let's play pinball.
There, in the corner.
The pinball machine?
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats.
Mountain Goats is an excellent band.
You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Kim, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic.
You've played it?
A little.
Oh, no. Kim's a pinball wizard, isn't he?
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Let's take a closer look. Pull out the machine. It's not like we have a murder to solve.
Oh, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated.
I have modded my pinball machine, so I have a little button underneath the box that you can hit, and it adds coins.
Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
Cost me $1. I do love pinball so much, though. Lean closer to read the text.
Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Muindi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
$1 for a pinball machine. This is like present-day pinball. None of this like 25-cent shit, huh? Inspect the playing field.
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them.
They're not just silver balls?
Represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain.
Weird.
Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
What's with all the goats?
Indeed. Think of them as balls.
I mean, they're literally balls, but okay. Fuck it. I can't resist. I'm putting $1 in here. I've got really low interfacing and shit, so I'm probably bad at this.
But pretty soon, you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease.
Multi-ball! Also, I love the lighting, and I got an achievement.
Go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
Wait, what kind of guy was he?
The kind of a guy who uses the word savages
a lot
when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist.
A racist mountaineer?
An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent.
You know, that is not cool.
He also hit his wife.
Oh, you buried the lead here, Kim.
Sometimes pets.
Other people's kids do.
Hateful little man.
Jesus.
But you seem to be having fun.
Well, I am pretty good at this.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than...
This is the rest of the game. I'm only playing this from now on.
Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
I don't want to make this game. Concentrate name for the narrow passage.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through.
Let's go!
Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass.
What?
The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
This machine was loaded with a consumable resource, like that you presumably have to reload from time to time. Okay. And I saw the purple smoke. Look. Did we just summon Cthulhu, right?
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
Yeah, pinball machine with a smoke bomb in it.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing.
I mean, it would be really cool to play a pinball machine where sometimes the playfield fills with smoke. Like have a little built-in fog machine in there. You know? That actually would be sick. The problem is then that would add moisture inside the machine or do different things depending on what kind of fog machine it is. Like you wouldn't be able to do it with dry ice, not for a long-term thing. You need something that vaporizes something to a mist, and then that would, you know, condense back down. But it would be sick.
Lucky goats. The fog looks soft and inviting.
Inland Empire just kind of wants me to die, is what I think.
This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
Bad at ball games. Is this because I threw the pétanque ball into the ocean? Are these the consequences of my actions? Seriously? Kim, it can be done. Just watch.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake, and then it's all over.
The same option is here twice. Why do they even make this if it's impossible to win? Give up, winning is too stressful. No, I'm going to try. We got this.
How, if you can't even see it? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee.
Yeah, 3 in 36 chance is actually what we have exactly. Is that 1 in 13? 1 in 12. 1 in 12. Math. The last goat plummets in the fog. Yep.
It killed itself to spite you.
Jesus Christ.
There goes nothing, finger boy.
Oh, okay.
Jamais vu. Derealization.
I've been told by the game
Jamais vu.
in a couple different places this is the most important thing to do.
Deja vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
+1 XP for every orb clicked. All intellect learning caps raised by 1. Okay, hold on. This fucking orb thing. So there was a hint, something about this flashlight. Yeah, skip equip to discover secret orbs in shady areas. We ran it for a while. I never saw any orbs. Is it because... Apparently I may have done something about, like, declining a check with the shivers thing. Like...
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Run your finger across the dust of the white Diora machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
What's white Diora? Oh! Wait! Is the orbs the little things around my head? I thought that as the flashlight was shining on things, I would see some sort of like glowy, hazy thing in a corner like this to click on. It's all the descriptions you click. Oh my god, we're gonna get so much goddamn XP from this thing. Holy shit, I wonder how much earlier I could have gotten this. We didn't slot it in instantly, but we did slot it in quickly enough. But I probably lost some like 5 or 10 XP, but still. Wow! No, I didn't know that's what the orbs were! And so there must be even more that we would get with the flashlight. No, I really assumed the light would shine on something and we see some hazy ball thing floating. Not the clickable thing above my head. Never in a million years had I considered the clickable thing atop my head to be an orb, or the other things that you click on. Okay. What's White Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age.
You can speedrun to Joyce and get it early. Oh, Joyce gives it to you. Okay. Well, maybe for my next run. History themes are the worst. My 2 pinball machines, I have one that is blackjack. There have been several different like blackjack themes poker tables or pinball tables over the years. Is it blackjack or is it poker? No, it's blackjack that I've got. Yeah. And the other one is a roller coaster one. Comment. History themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
How about we fire one of these bad boys up, play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
Encyclopedia knowledge. Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
Pinball's amazing.
He doesn't.
What about that other one, the Franco-Nigerian ball? Want to play that?
No.
Too bad I can't put my encyclopedia hat on right now. I mean, I could cigarette smoke for a +1 int, which would boost this. I think that's what it is. Okay. The click spot is off. We don't actually have a tooltip for it. But I'm pretty sure that's the icon for the cigarettes, and I'm pretty sure the cigarettes gave +1 intellect. And encyclopedia, we could confirm that it's intellect, but that's quite clear. It's a red check. Fuck it. Let's smoke a cigarette. What's it gonna do? Kill us faster? I mean, literally yes, but... There you go. 83.
Kim, Pinball, Kitsuragi.
A.K.A. Kimball.
Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
You're Kimball Kitsugari.
So now he remembers.
Took a while. He looks at you in the silence of the workshop, then takes his glasses off and cleans them.
Fine. I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, a.k.a. the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
Yeah, but I still can't remember anything else.
Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman.
You don't seem to really like pinball.
No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill.
That is inaccurate.
Like affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science fiction, and historic romance franchise.
It is highly skill-based, and it feels to me that whoever wrote this is someone who does not play pinball. There's ridiculous amounts of skill involved in pinball, including, I mean, maybe in this world it's different. Maybe they have stricter tilt sensors, so you can't, because strategic shaking and tilting of the machine ever so carefully, well, not going so far to tilt, is an important part of the game. There's so much, man. There's some great YouTube channels with like professional pinball competitions on them. Shockingly cool.
It is lame.
Then why are you called Pinball?
I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago.
Yeah, he wants to downplay it. Maybe that's all it is.
I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
So how did you...
Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring. As you do.
Where's the option that says, wow, that sounds super cool?
It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide.
Yeah, he was a juvenile police officer for 15 years. That is crazy.
End of story.
You were a juvie cop for 15 years?
That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
No, I think there's lots of reasons he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Because Kuno is a piece of crap. But wait, so that's why you don't want to talk to Kuno?
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents.
I'm going to call you Pinball now. I'm going to call you Kimball now. Or I'll keep calling you Kim. You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi to me. No, I'm just going to call you Kim, my dude. Although it would be really funny if it changed the sort of text over here. But no. I'm just going to call you Kim. Come on. Part of me does want to be like Demented Harry right now. But I like Kim. You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I mean, you kind of are. Especially right now. Like, it felt for a while we were bonding. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. I mean, I call him Kim. But honestly, I kind of like the idea of Harry calling him Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I kind of do like it. Yeah.
Not only to you. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi to everyone.
Sure.
Now, we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path.
I think Kim is proud of being a lieutenant. I think you're right, Tinamil. Okay. So we get extra orbs that we wouldn't have if we didn't have the flashlight, basically. Like, we walked past this and we didn't get the pop-up, although possibly it was because we played the pinball first. Okay, so I'm going to go back to using... And we clearly are getting more with the higher perception, which does make me wonder about putting some more in there, since it is uncapped and everything. And that's kind of interesting. So, like, even if you do a low Motorix run, you can still get a high perception by slotting in whatever it was. Can't remember what now. And I do have a skill point. Part of me is like, maybe I should raise my empathy before I go talking to Klaasje. Oh yeah, hold on. No, I want to slot in the apricot chewing gum. That's right. I was about to, and then I remembered that I was saving a point, I think, for visual calculus. I want to do this chewing gum. Living in the past. I kind of want to do this. Confirm. Internalize. We got a -1 reaction speed right now. That's fine. We suck at that anyway.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Look in.
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Has Quill used all skill points in the thoughts cabinet? Not all of them. A lot. I decided early on that these thoughts are really cool, so I'm going to use a good number of them, a good number of skill points to do this. I might stop and like leave these 2 open for like whatever feels the most important, rather than slot the next thing in. Although I'm still not tempted by the 15th Indo tribe. Maybe it's wrong, but whatever case is, it's not really floating my boat. So we'll probably go back to actual skills for a little bit, but yeah, we'll see. The thing is, these thoughts are really neat. They're really cool. They're not necessarily always giving us something strong, necessarily, but some of them are really strong.
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, last maintenance, 10th July.
Hang on, I might want a quick save before we get in here. It is currently the year 51, so I just don't want to have to redo everything.
Inviting you to step inside.
Hey Cam, it says the last maintenance was in 88.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
This elevator was last maintained in the future!
No, it was maintained in 88 of the previous century.
So it's not a message from the future?
No, I think the bureaucrats just forgot about this backroom elevator after the revolution.
I wonder what this elevator was used for.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
He taps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark. Let's look at the elevator controls.
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago.
They went out of business because they're notorious for making extremely poor lifts. Very dangerous. Anyway, let's go in. Where the hell are we? Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see outside. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Schematics for pinball machine. Futurism themed. Ooh! Pinball maker's coat. +1 empathy, +1 hand-eye coordination. And it looks like a sick trench coat. Dusty old coat used to belong to someone named Emma Knifelocks. The name is stitched into the silk lining. It smells of moths and ancient engine grease, but it fits you perfectly. A strange, lonely emotion fills you when you tighten the belt around your waist. You know what? I want the bonus to empathy for what we're about to do. That sounds cool, although this jacket still has tons of stats. And I do like the white coat a lot as well. Okay. I look like a streaker. Footprints in the dust. Oh, hello. Pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. Oh.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up.
Oh.
A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
It looks like they gave up on fixing the pinball machines at some point. Maybe when the person whose coat this belonged to died.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
This used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
There are a lot.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Oh?
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the Hardies bang away at it.
Whirling in Rags was once an East Delta pinball arcade. This is all left over from that.
Ah, yes. As the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure.
Oh!
But I do like a nice little connection.
Oh! Maybe we did know a little bit about that. Sorry, I just spilled my tea here. I got some gossip for you. Some rumors. Spilling my tea. All right, it's fine. Maybe it's a good thing that I'm only putting a little in the glass to make it look like I'm drinking something else. Because that was far less of a disaster than it could have been. Cheers.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
Does it? This being the whirling in rags really is part of the Doomed commercial area. Man, I do wish I'd sort of leaned into the metaphysical a little bit more. Next time.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him...
He doesn't like anything.
Omitting that suspicion.
No, I'm going to tell him.
He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story.
I failed the hand-eye coordination check, yeah.
Stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this.
It would. And honestly, if I can make Gart's life a little bit worse, I'm actually kind of fine with that.
It's not a ghost story. It's a curse. And Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells.
Should have leaned into more of the magic. All right, finish that. Doomed hostile. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we got one more point we can put in Inland Empire. Still do. We got some footy prints in the dust.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Is there any chance it connects to the back of... does this actually link up to maybe my bathroom? It could be crazy. So Someone's been in here within the last week or two.
3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
He looks at you. Could it be me? Do my footprints match? I'm still wearing the same shoes, aren't I?
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Pinball memory.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
Told you, Kim. Everything's connected. So what does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route behind our rape victim's room in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Let's have a closer look then. Crouch, study the footprints.
Large prints, most likely made by boots.
Okay, not me.
The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
Sole could be bigger than vamp? I don't know what that means. Is the vamp like more the body of the shoe? Like you're saying, like the sole of the shoe might be a little smaller than the actual width of like, I don't know that. I mean, obviously I know vamp from vampires exactly, but I suspect it's something else.
Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman or
if only I'd taken that guy's boots off, the guard's boots. There might have been some information here.
The worst, most vague shoe size there is.
Well, this print doesn't look like the odd-soled print we found at the hanging, so that's one.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
That's a good point, Kim. This doesn't look like the worker's boots from the hanging, does it?
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
I really wish I'd gotten those security boots. All right, get up.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
Let's move on. Hang on. Oh, dang it. Tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side. What? Oh, super creepy. I was going to check my skill points before I clicked on that orb. I'm a little annoyed because I'm like, wait, stop. But it had already registered it.
The door is small but heavy looking. It's barred from the inside.
What's on the other side?
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof.
Oh, okay.
We could ask Klaasje about this route. See how she reacts.
Klaasje. More, I'm saying Klaasje. Klaasje.
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly and reads science fiction.
I like sci-fi.
Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact. Or the roof.
Let's unbar the door. There's something... Okay, we're at 70 XP. I'm trying to keep an eye out. Okay, there we go. So this will be a good one. So we're at 70 XP. I'm gonna pop the orb above my head first. So we came through here, but there's another route over here. Okay. Smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra, menthol. 71! We did get XP from that! Holy shit! What about this? Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers. 72! Okay, yep, alright. Okay, this is insane.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Oh no! Well, luckily I'm getting a +1 from this new coat that I've got.
The wind brushes them off the roof. They're gone.
Gone like so many other things in my life. Dang it. Cold coffee and an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog. Oh, because it's got so many cigarette stubs in it. She has been up here for like a couple of days now.
Welcome to the roof.
Took us long enough. Young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body.
Dude, time and place, electrochemistry. I know that you're like the most inappropriate of our thoughts, what with all the drugs and everything, but settle down.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
I didn't come through your apartment, which I'm assuming is the assumption here, but I did not come through your apartment. Nice view you've got up here.
It's much nicer now.
Our eyes wander north toward the yard. Oh yeah, no dead body there anymore.
Where the dead body used
I'm
to
guessing these are antenna?
clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum. Vortices of dark energy present, but not to hell, to another place, a third place, much different from our world. I think I really just like 2. Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Yeah, and sorry about that.
Have I ever? This man has an unforgettable way with words.
Don't I just? You must have me confused with someone else. I'm a regular down-to-earth law official. I stand by my words. I would like to withdraw the comment I made earlier. Given the situation we find ourselves in now, it seems out of place. I am sorry, cop, and I'm sorry.
And what is that situation?
Don't make me say it.
We are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you.
Feels like this should come from empathy rather than suggestion, but okay. So, what is your name, miss, for the record?
Klaasje Amondu.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Are you from Oranje?
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate.
What is Oranje? Seems like a stupid question, but we're a stupid guy.
A bad memory, officer.
A bad memory of what?
Of lilacs and lightning.
Ooh. Ooh.
Parks, glass. Duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there.
Oh!
And night.
Oh!
At least it was for me.
I'm screenshotting this dialogue. Right, suggestions about influencing people more manipulative than empathetic. That's true.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
And how old are you?
I'm 28.
And what do you do, miss? What is your specialization? I run drugs, but I'm supposed to be a trucker.
Something stupid.
What's that?
Oranese lit.
Oranese lit?
Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
Are you not the lorry driver? But that's what you study, but that's not what you do. What is Oranese literature about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
Okay, actually, you got a good point there.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
Oranese lit. What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money? Money is very important. Show her some money? No, it's cool.
It's not very cool, but what can you do?
Maybe I should have.
Nothing.
How do you make money then? Money is very important.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit.
Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
It's the world's most tired smile. Of course she won a beauty pageant. She's very symmetrical.
Could we have a look at your passport, please?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Oh.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Okay.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Klaasje Mondu. It's a weird name.
She says Klaasje. Other people were saying more Klaasje.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Well, it's kind of dumb, but we're going to say it anyway. I'm pretty sure I have the legal right to demand your passport.
Look, officers, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like
Just
a ghost
Klaasje.
after being robbed of my
See?
travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street, and I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom.
There are plenty of other reasons for hiding your documents from the law.
That's not why you hid it, though.
It's also why I hid it.
That means fair.
Why else?
I'm an unpopular girl. There are people back home who don't like me. If they show up, I'm in a hurry. The kind of hurry where you can't afford to not find your documents. But don't worry. This has nothing to do with your investigation.
What kind of people are these? The ones who don't like you?
I would love to change the subject. It's not important. Unless I'm some kind of suspect.
I mean, this seems highly related to the possible case. I'm just saying. But I don't know.
Didn't she say you would have to interrogate her before? And that she didn't do it? What was up with that?
There you go. Earlier said I have to interrogate you. Suspects are interrogated.
Well. It seems I either underestimated you or overestimated your hangover, officer. If I didn't know better, I'd say you feigned that fuck having lied to get me to say something stupid. Was that so?
Yes, my stupidity was an act.
The lieutenant gives you a little look. It's good we discussed your history with her, he thinks. I can play along.
Totally. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Uh-huh.
Cool. You told us about the investigation Friday night. Downstairs, at a table full of local kids and dock workers. You told pretty much everyone. After you showed them your gun, that is.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Miss Cheerful, yes, the Civ 7 series with Augustus is continuing on Thursday the 30th. And then after the February the 3rd, all the restrictions, well, all the video restrictions are lifted for the Civ 7. So there's going to be a lot more stuff coming in.
Anyway, I thought it would be funny to say I didn't do it because I knew about your investigation. Does that make me a suspect?
No,
I must stop saying stupid things.
we've just come to talk. We're going to try to disarm her.
Phew.
Playfully. She doesn't seem to be overly distressed. Or distressed at all, really.
Okay, then.
Okie dokie.
All right, that's it for the record, then.
The record. So official.
So, again, we didn't come through her room, but presumably her room has roof access. Maybe we can see it through the glass. This is what I'm going to play it here. I'm going to turn around, peek through the window. Nice room you've got here. Unless we're just talking about the roof.
Yeah. It's pretty deluxe.
What are you doing here in Whirling in Rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months.
Okay, so you're not the truck driver. You're not the 8th member with the flat shoe. Did I conflate that these were supposed to be one and the same person? You're just the victim. And there's another person still out there, I guess? Okay. All right. I guess I just got myself confused. Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Ravishall?
Well, let's start with the Whirling.
Because it's the funkiest building in
Pretty funky.
Martinez.
Most of my room.
All the other buildings are bombed to hell.
That door there. Did you know it leads to a downstairs elevator?
I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There's people on the other side looking in your bedroom. I was going to say, but luckily it's been closed off and no one goes in there, except that's not true. There are footprints in there from sometime within the last 1 to 3 weeks. I got to tell you the information. There's a peephole on the other side looking to your bedroom.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yep.
Yes.
Pretty fucked up.
Looking into your bedroom, miss.
Then it points to our window. The unmade bed is visible through the glass.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body. beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me?
We don't know at this point.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
No.
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be hard to cover with some tape.
If it is recent, who do you think made it?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know. I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
There were tracks on the floor. They're recent.
Huh. This isn't good.
Yeah, no shit. Also, and this seems completely unimportant, also it was an old pinball machine workshop.
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun.
Yeah, that's all for now.
She's lost in thought, eyes narrowed, forehead furrowed.
Okay, I have other questions for you.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Hang on.
Sure.
Okay.
The record.
I was going to say, because we asked why is she in the whirling rags, there was 2 other questions, and I'm not sure where those were, but I need to talk to you about your room again?
Yeah. I'm winter.
How long?
Here, yeah.
About 4 months.
Why
Here
here?
in the whirling.
Yeah, why in
I
Martinez?
heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
Too young to call yourself a disco has-been.
I'm really not.
Okay. Maybe they're not too
All
important.
right.
Most of your room is close to mine. Have a personal. No, dude, you're being creepy again. All right. They tell us you've been through something difficult.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean?
No, I don't want to talk about this shit, but it seems kind of important. Were you sexually assaulted, miss?
By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
Well, okay, it's 8:30 at night, but still too early, I suppose.
She sounds
always too early.
Buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Yeah, actually, it's evening, miss.
Is it?
Squinting, she takes a look around. The sun sets in the sea. Long shadows pass over the plaza below.
It is evening. Time flies, man.
So, were you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
What the fuck is going on here? I really don't want the side quest. But I don't think it's a side quest. I think it's main plot shit. Uh-huh. I mean, you don't want to be seen as a victim.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Wait, what? What?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault.
What?
Maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Titus asked you to spice things up for us?
Pretty much.
What is going on with the story?
Warming them.
She cradles her coffee cup in both hands, warming them. Okay. Are you sure you weren't raped? I guess is a stupid ass question, but we're gonna ask it because apparently there's some confusion going on.
I'm 89% sure.
So you're 11% not sure?
You know how it is.
No, I'm very confused right now.
Do you?
Actually, I don't.
Maybe you don't.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
On her jumpsuit?
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here.
What the fuck? It sounds like something happened and you don't want to acknowledge it. Or, Lieutenant, I don't know what to say about this. Honestly, Kim, I am confused. she just not want to admit it? Did it not happen? And what is... Listen, Kim, I don't know what to say about this.
I'm sorry, miss, but we need a definite statement.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officers. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be this flippant if I had been?
People cope with trauma all kinds of different ways.
You get the feeling she might be.
Yeah. Fine. Then what did happen between you and the victim / perpetrator / I don't know anything anymore.
We partied.
Partied? Where have I heard that before?
A lot of partying going on.
You mean like a birthday party? What kind of partying? Points to your bloated face. The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Harder than this? Keep pointing at your face. I didn't know it was physically possible.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
I mean, you're also still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What the fuck, man?
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Were feelings involved?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must have been hard for you, seeing him there, in the yard.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
Like, so is the assault whole thing a lie? Is it because Titus actually fancies her and wanted to off him because he was jealous? Like, what is going on?
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
There you go, to let us know about it. The call, reporting the hanging. That was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Uh-huh.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Yeah, also, I mean, you're not snitching about who done it. You're reporting the plainly obvious and visible fact that there is a body hanging in a public space. I mean, I know that you deal with all your problems internally here in Martinez, but seriously. Yeah, caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it? How?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
Dude!
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
And in the process, you broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
It wouldn't surprise me with Ev Fart.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
Sorry it took us 3 days to get him down, by the way. Well, let's keep going down the list. What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
Yeah, the puff, more nervous.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
I've also seen him in a dream.
You have?
I talked to him.
Not like I do, I imagine.
I see him as me. How do you see him?
You don't want to know.
Looks into the pack. It's light green. She pulls out a ciggy. I see him as me.
She dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame and inhales, then looks at you. with her lungs full of smoke.
I can see the similarity, yes.
She breathes out through her nostrils. The air smells of menthol.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
What do they hang him for, if not rape?
He had something to do with the strike.
Uh-huh.
One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
I mean, we know about it. We don't necessarily know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
Why was there a bullet in his head?
Bullet?
Ah!
They shot him too?
I'm not picking up on any theatre craft here, sir.
You're supposed to call me sire, drama. Sire.
They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
Okay. Is Sylvie actually a really important part of this plot? I sort of just dismissed her as, you know, like some Alexa little side story with Gart. And we had to call, or we had to get her on a line on our radio to find out if she was the one that reported things, and then why did she leave? Is she? No, she couldn't be the lorry driver because she works as the bartender. Yeah, okay, no. I mean, she might still be highly connected, but she's not the odd foot.
Don't like that.
Or whatever it's called.
Where was she last Sunday night?
Yeah, this is becoming confusing. Where were you when this happened?
Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie.
I want to ask about that specifically. Weird that there was no follow-up. Okay. And how did the Hardie boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
How did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardie boys?
Titus says they did.
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely.
You do party hard,
Titus,
Jesus Christ.
Obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I mean, that was one of the things I'm wondering about. Is that why they lynched him? Jealousy?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea.
What do you mean?
Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work.
Oh!
I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
Yeah, see, I kept thinking they made that up as a way to, like, you know, protect, like, some amount of, like, jealousy or envy or something like that. That's, this game is really fucked up, you guys.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
I mean, it's a great game, obviously. It's wonderful, incredible, realistic, all kinds of shit like that. Doesn't make you feel especially good.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
Oh, we're having a Columbo moment here. Had a little something else before we go, a little thing.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Volition, look her in the eye. Slight confusion about the bullet. Why did she say she's a suspect? White check. Can retry it. Alright, fuck it. Let's go. Look her in the eye.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
What?
You know these guys?
What guys?
Who? Me?
Oh, the other brain parts?
Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
No! My voices are fighting? And I'm gonna be gaslit about which ones I can trust? Oh my god.
Believe it.
You're saying I can't trust logic or drama. But I love drama. Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All of them.
Except you, Volition, right? I can trust you?
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised.
I honestly believe that to be true. Electrochemistry has been... It is what it is.
Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here.
Yeah, but we know exactly how he's compromised. It's fine.
No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit.
Dude.
Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely.
Inland Empire?
She likes you.
Oh.
The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
Yeah, Suggestion does seem to have a fair amount of, like, terrible ideas, actually. I wonder if there's any chance these are coming up because they're actually fairly low ranked? Like, high enough to say shit constantly, but low ranked to not necessarily be brilliant about it? I don't know. How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
What can I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn them normal again?
No.
What use is this then?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
Yeah, but does this mean she's been lying to me?
Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is.
That's true!
She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
Now I doubt everything.
That is correct. And omissions too.
Can I trust that guy?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't have...
I mean, the fact is, we do see that they interpret the world through their particular lens, so that makes sense. Although Volition has probably, you know, also deluded themselves into thinking that they're the only true voice. Everyone thinks they're the true voice, right?
But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
Not with her. Can I trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here.
What's her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says...
Logic?
She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt...
This is just like Twitch chat, where everyone disagrees constantly. Or YouTube chat now.
See? It's oddly moderate. Probably compromised.
Volition's just paranoid. Alright, I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Say it out loud? No, I don't think so. No. We're just going to keep this information in our back pocket. Just close your eyes, let the moment pass.
For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling. A tired smile.
Still... Maybe it's just going to be a question about your, like, the plumbing problems. Or you were going to ask if, like, the funk from my dirty room is going... I mean, for completeness, I kind of feel like I should say this.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m. drinking.
Ooh, we got some thoughts. And Kim wants to say something. Okay. Oh! We completed a thing.
Mazov. It's clearly a lie. Kraz Mazov didn't shoot himself. Reaction was on the counteroffensive. The State Day Palace in Mirova was surrounded. He was either assassinated or died in the bombing. You might even have evidence to support this somewhere in your brain. Mazov was never given a state funeral by the communists.
He'll lower horrible
Some
tie.
people even say the body that was recovered from the ruins wasn't his. There, good. Hero restored to glory. Carry on, comrade.
Anything we have to say to ourselves? White check failures heal all morale. Okay, so we have like 1,000 million ways to have infinitude morale now. And we get +1 rhetoric. That's nice. The same as a skill point, you know, some backstory. All right. Speaking of skill point, we have one. I kind of want to finish Inland Empire. Yeah, let's do it. Let's max this out. Well, technically you can go higher because if it had been my signature skill, it could go up to 6, right? Actually, I think it was my signature skill. Yeah, it is +1, but we have a base 4 psyche. So, but it would be possible to go higher if we'd gotten, I think you can start with a psyche of 6 and then make this a signature skill as well. I don't know if that makes it go even higher, but I don't know. Anyway, I kind of want to do this. We've talked about it all game. I think it's time. I don't think this is going to let us re-roll anything, but done. Hunch and gut feelings, dreams and waking life. It kind of really is quite definitive about how we're going. So we're going to do that. Finally. Don't know if it's going to change anything for us in the short term or even the long term, but we're going to do it. Confront the Hardie boys. Ask about the dead man a little bit later. Okay, I'm going to talk to Kim first, then I'm going to ask her the other
Looks
question.
like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardie boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think that will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not possible.
Level up Volition with the great ideas. Volition wants me to not have fun. Is the only problem, right? Just seemed very reasonable, but it kind of is opposite of fun. Why did she tell us all that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
Not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known. I have reason to doubt my ability to see through her eyes. Yeah!
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
She seems candid, but also something's off here. Yeah, something's off here.
You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things.
Yeah, exactly.
The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
I think that's true. Okay. I got to because I'm curious. I'm going to hit this
I
button.
was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Notice your room's close to my personal... That's not... It's good. Harry, what are you thinking of asking? I want to know what Harry is thinking before I click this button. Because it could be fine. And even if it's not, we might have the opportunity to just back out and change our mind. But Harry could say something real... Fucking Harry, man.
Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
How are you drinking so much coffee at night? How are you going to sleep?
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something.
Okay.
Like what you were doing before you blacked out.
Okay. Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory. Okay, thank goodness.
You do not need to know that.
I do.
What you need is to ask normal police questions. Like...
No, but I kind of need to know something about myself. My gosh.
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
I meant to check. I did see the counter coming down. We do have an ad break on Twitch happening. I'm going to take this opportunity to get up, stretch, go pee, and I am out of tea, so I'll probably grab a glass of water as well. Everyone get up, stretch, hydrate. We will be right back after this little ad break on Twitch. Alrighty. There we go. Ad break just ended. Good timing. And yeah, I got a big thing of water. Hey, Demonac, this is from Tucker's Marketplace. Remember that place? All right. I am a little disappointed that Kim totally is like blocking us asking questions about what we did. That's crazy. Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here. Fine. Okay. I click on this. I suspect. Yeah, that just brings us back here, which does nothing. Okay, so we're going to have to come back later. She doesn't want to talk about stuff right now. We're going to go out, I guess, through presumably her room here. You feel someone watching you behind the glass door. A woman. Somebody's watching me.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
I mean, it's not broken. No one threw a shoe through this one. Run your finger across the surface of the glass.
Smooth as ice.
Yeah, I can ditch Kim, talk to her alone phone.
And rain on the outside. Even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips. No hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
What? This window was recently replaced. What?
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
What, is this guilt now?
Whatever it is, it's messing with your concentration.
Stop distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since he got here!
Yeah, fuck that window. Oh yeah, there's someone we could meet at night. That is entirely true. Nothing else going on here, huh? No, I'm trying to get to the staircase. There we go. Huh. 2-room setup. This is so creepy and weird. We're just allowing ourselves to do this. I mean, it could be worse. Presumably we could have come in through her actual door here. At least she knows who walked into her room and she didn't say anything about it. See the yard below, the corpse is no longer there.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Apparently, Harry's just being an absolute creeper. Fine, look at the toothbrush.
It's been used quite a lot.
Okay, that's good. She's got good dental hygiene. Look at the medication. Steal all the medication.
The shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid.
That's aspirin.
APAP. Eye drops. Blood thinners.
Blood thinners? Quite the collection in here, I'll say out loud.
Anything of note?
I'm going to search the bottles.
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol. Histoperidol. Something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra.
What's the drug? Is it Narcan or whatever? The thing that you use for people who are overdosing? I'm wondering if that's what that is.
Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Nacra, opioid antagonist.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Search the pill sheets.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Electrochemistry, do your thing. We're getting +1 chemical hangover? All right.
Nothing of note. The further you look, the more arcane it gets. You don't know what the rest of this stuff does.
Well, it's a white check. We can try again later. All right. I like the natural stone over here, though. So that's quite cool. Well, or brickwork, I should say. Hotel bill calculations. Looks like she's had an extended stay. Pile of dirty clothes, a woman's. The room has sad all over it. Reminds you of your own. Yeah, but, you know, not as sad as her own. All right. I can just come in and out here now? Good. Kim, I don't think I can go in my room right now. But do you wanna go to bed? Because I think, yeah, we gotta go pay our bill. Let me do that. Come up here. I think Kim will go to bed, and then we can go upstairs and talk to her without Kim.
Can I help you?
Although, yeah, maybe, do we want to go and talk to, what's his name? Maybe we do. Tell you what.
Got the 20 real.
Yeah, let me come right back. Hold on. Hang on. Hey, the 2 cops are gone. Although I think the game did say that after 9 p.m., after 2100 hours, some people would move around. We got to talk to these assholes again, but hold on a second. I also have the Joyce quest. That's true too. All right. Well, we're gonna go out west over here. So we've been able to cross that bridge all day, and we didn't. We've had shit to do. We've been very busy. Like play pinball. Yeah. Important things. That's what I mean.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lawman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologise for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
Okay.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire quarter.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
I work in homicide, so it's not really my call.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement.
Yeah, we got to talk about the reality test too,
because
we internalize
Now it's my
the MMV.
I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Well, that's not good.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Iron and strawberries. God damn. I'm sorry, what was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Uh-huh.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I already heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Oh, and they thought it was no good, huh?
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Ornese military company. As far as
Ornese, huh?
We arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
Is the dead guy one of the 3? Then? So there's 2 more?
They wear ceramic armor,
Uh-huh.
have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
That sounds great. A recipe for not at all a disaster.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
That is the story.
He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders.
Oh, is Measurehead one of them?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
I have to say, this is not Disco.
It is very far from Disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, They will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union.
Yeah, this sounds bad.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? Well, dar.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia.
Hey, listen!
All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Krenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welschmann-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries.
There's a fourth world.
Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay, anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex multinational investigations. Their database is the single largest source of information in the world.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel.
Did you contact the company, tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will.
Oh.
However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
The stakes are rising.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then? No, what did they say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman.
Yeah.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place, if you know?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics.
That's the story.
Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
You know what? Yeah, let's not mention what we know. Who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was?
Lely.
Lely.
His service name. A nom de guerre,
Okay.
most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
This Lely, anything else? Nationality? How old would you say he
He
was?
was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed, this matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining 2 mercs?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
+2 didn't pass background check. Clothes didn't fit right. Sent by the Pines. Uh-huh. All right.
One is obviously the scab leader.
Yep.
At the harbor gates.
Okay.
The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing.
We might not be able to know this one until we cross the canal there. Yeah, one must be the goon ill-filling work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this...
Of course it bothers me.
Didn't mean to cut him off.
But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
Yeah, one's probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start. Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the...
I wonder if we do have a timed mechanic.
And their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more.
Jesus Christ, no, I'm on a timer now! No! Oh no! This is like Fallout 1 and failing to get the water chip or whatever.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Oh, now can you tell me about these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a frigate not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on
So
him.
day 8 might be... Oof. Stay quiet, observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
And I like that. Accordion lines near her mouth. What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms in a pattern? I don't know what that means, but sure.
Close. Port cities.
Ah.
This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What's the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one is going nowhere but the morgue. I've spoken to him. For now, the soul is fastened inside his corpse. Let me say that.
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse.
What travels did dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort,
Which is where Klaasje is from.
traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
She points to his heart. What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Isolary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members?
Uh-huh.
The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture.
Might be a little triggering.
This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Whatever, I need the information. Mark it down. Ask Mercs about tattoos. Make a
Do
quest.
what you have to do, detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
All for the tattoos. Thanks for your help.
Is there anything else I can help?
Yeah, I've got some questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Impossible. 20. Deja vu. Thought completed. 92% chance. Let's just go for it. What is reach for something fundamental?
What is all of this?
Double.
The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
I love how we got the double 6 on a roll where we didn't need it, you know? What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Ah. Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment. Does not deserve a term of endearment. Oh, man. I can't say that Harry's a fan of this world. This world does not deserve a term of endearment.
There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come? I do it all the time in Kerbal.
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Good way to say it. Inside sideways. What shape is this world then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is
What?
beginning to look less and less likely by the day.
What?
You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
This is like a civilization world, so it's a cylinder.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
What the fudge?
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, wait. What the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
No, I'm spooked. The pale, and what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together. however naive it may sound.
Fractured Corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
I don't care about disco. I only care about the commune, comrade.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently.
You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to...
Him? God damn it!
Of course, Lieutenant.
No!
Let's try something else.
I want to know what the pale is!
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already...
How much do I have to do without Kim?
...with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
This is not going to happen with the lieutenant present, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Glad to have been of...
Okay, we're gonna come back.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my stardom hard lately. I'm gonna go with 1.
What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish.
I mean, we have been working on it a little bit. Are we gonna be sorry Rockstar Cop? No superstar, I'm trash. You know, we've been making progress. Fuck it. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Let's go. Yeah, sorry Rockstar Communist Cop.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bayi. Badass on the edge disco cop.
I mean, I'm very on the edge.
Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Wait, what was that about a ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak. A pulmonary tract infection. Atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police.
I do like the sound of that.
This is the beginning of your legend.
No, I'm too beat down. I won't say any of those things anymore. I mean, yes. I've already regretted turning down a couple of things and making this too grounded. Fuck it. Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it.
It's our character arc.
Monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Well, I mean, we just got some sort of superstar thing. Let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar and the groupies and cocaine riddled with hepatitis C strikes a lioness pose with a mic kind of way. You're not Guillaume Le Million or Davy Dewey. No, you're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it. Where some would say it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. -2 logic. Still seems unlikely. Does seem unlikely. Let's do it. Unlock a slot. Done. Internalize. Boom. Some kind of superstar. All right. While I still have Kim around. Come through here. And then go to the balcony. Oh, 2 thoughts. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling in the city. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Okay, I think it's this door here. That one's
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Okay, so they were really saying tomorrow. Okay. All right, fair enough. Is there anything about this door? What if I put a crowbar in my hand? Nope. Still just white. Okay. When the game said tomorrow, but then the text for the quest just said after 2100. I wasn't sure. With my flashlight out, I'm just going to pop back down here, see if I get any more thoughts. Because those are the racist mugs.
A row of mugs.
Yeah, no. And then... Oh, hello. There you go. I don't know if it was a flashlight or just higher perception. Okay. Now what I want to do is get rid of Kim. Can I just tell you go to bed for the night?
Yes?
Seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
What if I want to work the case alone?
Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged
That's
state.
true.
You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculty.
Oh, so you're an unaccountable wreck who has to be supervised. You don't have to take this display of authority. You can disobey.
What if I need some me time?
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery.
Yeah, I'll leave the self-care for non-work hours.
We wouldn't want your regiment to spill over into the investigation.
The lieutenant is pretty sure self-care is just a euphemism for nihilistic binge drink.
I mean, yes. Okay. So, but I think, without telling them just fuck off, I think we do have the ability, like, if I go and pay for my room, and then I pop into my room, I think he says, all right, I'm going to bed, and then we're alone. And then he doesn't need to know what I'm doing with my time off, right? Anyway, we got to talk to the Hardie boys in the morning. About my bill. I have money.
You got the...
Thanks. Can't believe I still haven't karaoke'd. Oh. Oh, okay, no, that's the back room. All right, so... Is this how you leave? Yeah, there you go. See you in the morning. Bye! Oh, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. Wait, hold on. I forgot I wanted to play a little pinball. That's all. That's all. Okay. First, let's go upstairs. Oh. Bed has been hastily made. Oh, the doormat's interactable? Oh, that's just how to go outside. Okay.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Now that Kim isn't here, let's talk about Sunday night.
Yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer.
Oh, now I've got the word Elysium to throw around. One of the first things I remember doing in Elysium.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term often.
Well, unless you play Vampire the Masquerade, then it comes up constantly.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Yeah, before I trashed my machine. Did I have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music?
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
She arches her eyebrow, waiting for it to connect with you.
Oh, that? Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
OO were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Then, doesn't life get hard because we go on?
It mostly just gets hard, doesn't it?
It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
Was I singing this? Show her the empty case of the smallest church in Saint-Saëns.
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also...
What else?
That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
When you say wounded, you mean like in Cool Way, like Wild Beast? I feel like this is our Super Cop one, and this is Sorry Cop one. I know. And then what happened? They wounded Cool Way, like a wild beast?
Yes, it was very cool.
Guys, I'm super cool.
It's impossible to say whether she's being sarcastic or really means it.
Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted?
No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed.
Yep.
The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything else? Please tell me there wasn't anything else. It prides me to hear this. Tell me, was there anything else?
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Okay. Well, that's something. All right. So, well, I want to... Hopefully, Joyce is still there. No, not the window. Because I want to go and talk to her about the pail without Kim around. Hang on a second. Like... Does it connect... Does Kim's room and my room have a shared door? Or is there a little back room here? Dang it. What is with that door? I can't get to it from there, right? I gotta go around this way, I'm pretty sure. Oh, the little electric buzz from that. I don't think I'd noticed that before. I'm not going to the guy's apartment, I'm going to Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Questions about reality?
Questions in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
Well, that's video call, which
Go
we do,
ahead.
but...
Ask me anything.
All right, now that we're alone, what is pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes, what is the pale?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Right, what's an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
An Insulinde is?
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, what is the pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothing.
What is this game? Is it here?
No, detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north.
1,000?
And even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle
That's
of the
very long distance.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world?
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the pale or pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of pale. The pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
If we're surrounded by pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the pale without getting lost.
Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
Memory damage?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year.
Have you ever been?
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia.
My name's Harry.
I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of pale transit annually.
Wow.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Do lorry drivers pass the pale?
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
Yeah, it's okay. AI will just replace all these menial jobs and we'll do fun stuff with our time instead, right?
That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What's entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super Isola. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended. Once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not?
Then they don't.
Creepy.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective?
Shrinking. There's more and more of the world. It's growing. There's more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? That can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Just forget about it.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild Pale yonder.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Let's return to reality.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I sometimes get vague shadows of a past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. Listen, my character is pro-communism, but I actually can't see how an economic engine or policy could stop this otherworldly force. Powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful until they have it coming. Liberal. What is all these political things? It makes no sense. I think, honestly, I think it's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes tense, crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
This investigation will be my masterpiece, the one that you remember me by, I promise. It'll be a fucking disaster, I know. All those people will die. Yeah, okay, that one.
Steel yourself, officer. Your colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, he is competent. I checked up on him. And you also have me. I will try to assist you in any way I can.
Uh-huh.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you.
I mean, she is invested in us succeeding.
Even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Well, I want to put a point into SPD the call. I don't know. Where do I want to go next is a big question, though. Crap done more in perception just because we can? Should we put it in volition because it's trying to do what's good for us? Still like rhetoric. And we could get a reroll just from something else triggering, too. What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
What is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
Yes.
Oh, I should have gone. They should have shot more people. Ah,
Indian deluge.
I still like this. Had a deluge too in my head.
Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism.
It's one of the vitamin Bs, right?
Exacerbated means made worse.
What? There's a TV show or movie that I was just watching. Well, by just, I mean a few weeks ago. Where exacerbated... Oh! I'm just thinking of freaking Shaun of the Dead. That's what I'm thinking about. Shaun of the Dead. Yep. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side? I just rewatched it not too long ago. That's why.
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing.
The exasperated joke in Shaun of the Dead comes up a couple of times because they don't know the meaning of it at first. And then they get the meaning explained, then they use it a couple of times.
Him and tens of thousands of his...
All right, who got the mineral? We're going to go a little fast here.
And by mineral rights...
And by liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, detect. Some were rich enough to stay with a constitution, with monarchy.
How'd the liberals win it all?
So much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still reading it, but I'm not letting them do the text out loud just to speed things up a tiny bit here because it's all backstory. Everyone got shot. Who was there to surrender to?
Intervention. The coalition. Those people really took...
You said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground.
We're the coalition. We know this.
Grad.
Yeah, the more or less.
Bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately
moralist.
Moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head.
Okay.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing
we know that.
This is their zone of control.
Yep.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Inter, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes, I am, and also not.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint.
Okay, when was the kerfuffle? Turn of the century.
The began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world.
Who started?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic
What?
of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion
A
disease.
pandemic leading to more instability. It's
Grad
crazy.
proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did this pandemic do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in 08.
What came next?
You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie?
Only had a boat.
A pair of pants?
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone control? We already know this.
Divided into...
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol. after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
Commune was very short-lived. What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
Yeah, it's been like this for how long exactly?
43
yeah.
years. Hard to
What have
fathom.
you been doing all this time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river levelled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a
Probably
cold
depression.
splash.
I know all about depression. Woo.
Reality, baby.
Get the reality lowdown. Excellent.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
You don't seem to be thrilled.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years.
Wow.
My daughters will wear it.
Wow.
No, it's just... we could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right.
There's about to be another ad break on Twitch, FYI. What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
Well, I do something different every day.
No, her first.
All right, Volition, I asked you. Who are you in all this?
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Choices alone has given us like 200 XP. Yeah, I really wish I'd gotten to her earlier. She's just a little out of the way. I would have killed more. I would have made off the mineral rights. Would have sought a medical solution. I don't think these drove people mad. You know, we're gonna let our like little slip of extreme communism come through here. I would have killed more. 400 million, if that's what it took.
The cold runs down your spine as you say the words, like a small electric charge that seeks grounding.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
At any cost, until humanity is free and the age of capital is past!
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. The cold dissipates into your parietal lobe, like a dissolved bullet. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. A woman's voice.
Capital is past.
Past? That's what De Briever, the leader of the Communards, said, before she got a bullet in her head. Don't get me wrong. Capital is finished. But understand this. Its end won't free anyone. It will only lead to more suffering.
That's about enough
They
about
are
the times.
what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this?
Yeah, I want to know what
Who she is.
you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile.
Oh.
A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Dios mío, a liberal!
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp.
Woo!
I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a man of the left, no?
Apparently. We try.
Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
I mean, you're a really cool lady, actually.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her.
I don't know if I can trust you, suggestion.
Only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming. Here's the thing. I like her. I mean, I like her vibe. I like everything about her personally. Oh, electrochemistry. Okay, I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Vile Dell.
I hope we're able to continue as friends, despite my deeply felt need to infiltrate and betray the revolution, and then ensnare you to financial service. Honestly, I may have even preferred it, had the communards won. Who knows?
Oh.
They might really have built something better.
You want to borrow my hat, Joyce?
But they didn't, because they lost. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You're a smart woman. She is, clearly.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
So you consider yourself to be a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Do you have daughters? I mean, she mentioned the raincoat before.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife.
So what is
Shall we return to reality?
this?
A bird?
Oh.
A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Keep guessing.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay.
Goddamn.
Half submerged in some salty sea.
What, really?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot, or two.
What is the Rue de Gislaine 33?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After, les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
She looks up the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Whoa. From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Why would I put my finger against his throat?
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to Cindy the Skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the superculture.
Oh.
We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags.
Oh, she's a hipster.
She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Listen, Joyce, we've all been teenagers, okay? Now explain the same thing, but to a child.
Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
I'm actually wondering, this video card has been kind of cool. I'm actually debating putting a point in there. But I don't know if it's critically important. Okay, I think we're done the convo for now. We're going to get a thought
to have been of
trigger.
assistance.
Yeah, a couple points.
Some kind of superstar.
That's me, baby.
They say the world isn't
Art is crazy.
rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice.
Cool voice.
You people have no idea.
We're cool cop now.
Good these cops are gonna get.
Putting on the esprit de corps coat doesn't unlock the role.
Cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
-1 logic. Price of self-delusion. Learning cap for visual calculus, suggestion, electrochemistry, and composure raised to 6. I really want something to raise the cap on shivers. Because I'm at the cap, and I don't have anything to raise it. I mean, yeah, so we can become a god at visual calculus, suggestion, composure. What was the other one? There's 4, wasn't there? I don't see another thing with 6 pips in it. Maybe it was just 3. Huh. Oh, electrochemistry. Didn't it say 6? Oh, these have 7. Because I was looking for that little extra tick here, right? So these 3 all go to 7. This one goes to 6. Composure's interesting. We could turn into cool cop. That's actually really interesting because we can't get motorics high naturally, but this gives us a way to get there. I still wonder about more perception because I quite like it. We do have the pips. Do I put one into esprit de corps? If we're gonna be a super cop, we should know cops, shouldn't we? You have another thought: increased learning cap for motorics. That's why 7. We are the cool cop. Composure is cool. Esprit de corps is kind of copish. I don't want to go authority. That's not the way we're going to be cool with it. I still goddamn love drama so much. So much. F it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to save a point for a second. I don't remember. This one's got the esprit de corps. I think that may have been the only one with the esprit boost. Oh, no. The disco ass blazer. Oh, but okay. So the disco ass blazer is super redundant because I can just wear this jacket for the esprit de corps and shivers. Okay. So we put a hard point in to unlock the roll, and then we change our outfit to get a bonus.
Rain keeps falling down on the wooden boards she's standing on and on the water around you.
I clicked through because I was just assuming this was the default intro, but there's, yeah, you're back. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella. I hope. Don't need one myself. Oh, maybe because it's raining. I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing. Yeah, she's got a waterproof jacket. We don't have a raincoat either. It's been an issue before.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to part more lessons in basic reality. My favorite part of the day.
Legendary difficulty, but
ask me anything.
We have an 83% chance of getting it. He'll give you plus shivers, now you got a shivers check. Good point.
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog, licking its wounds in
like
the
watching
grass.
freaking Chernobyl again.
To his left,
no spoilers,
his
sorry.
partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again.
Am I supposed to be Tequila Sunset?
We always do.
What am I?
You're an officer of the RCM.
The Royal Citizens Militia.
Preciso Mundo.
Good, and what is that?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol.
You said de facto?
That means...
Yeah, we know all this, we know all this.
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the emergency, wayfarer, and ally.
So I'm a lackey of capital?
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent...
Hey, who's the voice actor for Joyce? What else has she done?
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Oh, that's quite cool, Thelly.
The post-revolutionary
Or
decade
the
was a
Lyrum.
disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the
Yeah,
river.
that's what you're talking about.
Gang
And they had
warfare,
nuclear power meltdown.
botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
Mhm.
They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thanks, ma'am. Did I mention I'm a superstar cop specifically?
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
What was the RCM again?
Nothing more nor
De facto.
yes.
That's
That
it.
permit me, and if those authorities
All right, no,
drink
all right.
to have been of
It's weird that we got that option again. Maybe it's possible to have more things, but I don't have it. Okay. I think it's probably time to get back to our room. Although I'm going to check this. I don't know how our stats have changed or anything with this.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, let's give it a try. Dang it.
Why? It's a wall.
All right. Reddit Warhammer Total War. Only 3-hour turn total. Yeah, a lot to say. I mean, is there anything else I want to squeeze out before we end the day? Yeah, a lot of people are gone. I mean, maybe because we broke his spirit. That's possible. No, we'll save. Voice actors, Tegan Hitchens. No, I really don't know her. All right. I mean, it's not like she sounded familiar necessarily, but she seemed great, so I assumed she was in more stuff. Oh, the Pale Driver? That's an interesting idea. Because we know a little bit about Pale now. She might not be there. Might be too late. But we'll take a little peek, and then, yeah, we'll go back. She... Oh, there she is.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment.
Hey.
This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
I like how people refer to the rather, though. I think I know what's going on with you.
What is that?
You're a Pale Driver. You transport goods through the Pale.
Oh, meu Deus. The Lowman solved the case.
Solved the case. Solved the case.
And here I was, thinking you were an idiot. So, are you? An idiot.
I can be more than one thing.
Republica. A filterless cigarette from Misk.
Republica. That's not very healthy.
Neither is spelled transportation. Life is transitory.
Blacked out from sheer heartbreak. Let's be... Well... Sure, I'm going to say that one. I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all memory of the world.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then.
Ooh.
Remember everything.
Ooh.
Even the things I never knew.
That's cool. Things you never knew?
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over radiation?
Heroic doses, Harifia. Heroic.
Isn't that dangerous?
Thought insertion, dithering, the Grad Catalan Magistral. It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now
you're too far gone to change?
when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this,
She gestures at the square, the broken horse monument, the clanging of the machines in the distance.
what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like, the Pale?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
And?
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
I really like this lady's voice too. How does it feel?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange.
Oh, Indigo, you've played this twice, never found out all this info about the Pale. Ah.
Trees and electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
I like how sometimes it has the explicit in parentheses, you know, like continue or finish or whatever, but sometimes it doesn't have it because it's clear. Here it says one last thing. It's obvious that's going to end the conversation. Brilliantly put together. How do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the stair windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
So not on this lorry then?
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
She points to the machines clumped up like toys. All right, one last thing. You said we can just become vapor?
Yes.
No elaboration.
Would rather have what I have than what you have. I'd rather have what you have than what I have. I feel I already have what you have in some way.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction.
I like that line too.
It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale.
Screenshotting.
Maybe you've been down the motorway south?
She looks at her cigarette. It's almost out. She has swallowed it hungrily. Then at you. The motorway south?
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
What is at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child.
You thought, oh.
A child rowing on the lake.
Ma'am?
Josiana.
Sigh escapes her lips, then silence as she stares within herself.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child descending.
Wow. I only have, I can start forgetting, obviously. But as far as I know, I only got the one extra slot left. And forgetting cost points, which I don't want to do, so I really want to be careful about this last one. This motorway south is so tempting, though. But I'm going to wait for now. All right. I think it's time for Harry to go to bed. That is not the shortest way there. Oh, I think this is closed. Everyone's gone. It's midnight. Minute 2. Forget the bad thoughts? Maybe. If only it were so easy in real life, huh? Oh, yeah, they're all gone. Anything different? They got bottles. Hold on a second. Mega Debate. No, none of these bottles are apparently clickable. Oh! Oh, wait, that's that glitched one where it, like, comes up, but there was no actual circle. Oh, alright. You should have made it so forgetting thoughts require getting drunk. Gart, do I have to talk to Gart about anything? I don't think so. I guess we'll check. Oh, tell Gart about the Doom. Oh, yeah, well, that's true. That's another thing we could do here. Cool.
Can I help you?
Another thing. Great.
Oh.
I love those.
Huh. All right, first of all, I don't know. I mean, he might not be mad, or I don't know. First, what if I told you I got into that back room behind the blue steel door?
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
Rolls excitement.
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Aren't you going to ask me what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Skeletons, a mausoleum of the dead. I think the black gaping maw at the end of time. Him on much. Man. I'm going to go with 3. Black gaping maw at the end of time. I might still be able to clarify that I actually mean pinball machines.
There is no gaping maw. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. That's okay.
But please do still tell me.
Yeah, it's a bunch of pinball machines.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
What, do you want to play? Because I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business-related, about how much money he could make of one.
Thinking of turning this place back into pinball arcade? If you're thinking of selling those machines, I want a fat cut. C-suite shit. I'm a disruptor. I feel a capitalist plot coming up. Oh, man. I should have gone hyper-capitalist for this run. I want this. I want a cut. I'm a disruptor.
Those machines are whirling property. But if it makes you feel any better, I'm not planning to sell them.
It does make me feel better.
It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in it.
Yeah.
Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Oh, you just wait until I start singing.
Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area.
Uh-huh.
He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
I have to warn you. I may have discovered that the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
Ah, so you do know of the curse.
Everyone knows of it.
The whirling is listed in the intercom outside as one of the businesses in Building B of the doomed commercial area.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the whirling.
Hold on, not once? Isn't that already a sign of decline?
It's a sign of the whirling in rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this neighborhood.
The whirling was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade before it failed. It's only a matter of time before the whirling fails too.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area?
Yeah, a little.
This pre-revolutionary tilework, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail,
honestly,
through sleet.
Seems like a pretty successful business.
Some doom ghost.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
You really care about the whirling, huh?
Yeah. It's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful.
Gart's slowly growing on me.
Especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way. Even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
Ha! So you finally admit it.
Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation. Maybe even a promotion.
I'm a super cop. Who owns this place?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
And who named it Whirling Rags?
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
You did?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song.
A song?
Hail, Holy Queen by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Vast and sad does sound right for this place.
Good pick.
What about those other cafeterias you manage?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists.
Where?
I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old ghosts.
You're guessing there aren't that many others.
Well, good luck to you in this place then. Too bad it's all doomed. You know, good luck to you in this place then.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help.
Against the doom, it's implied.
Tend to call them pins, not pinballs. Just saying, man. You gotta learn the lingo.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we, wrap it up?
Well, okay. I'm not gonna tell on the phone line. The peephole in the wall. I mean, I guess no. It's got to be reported. Like, patch that shit up. Don't do anything creepy about it. Luckily, Klaasje is already taping it up on her side, so hopefully it'll be okay. Peephole in the wall.
What wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room right next to Klaasje's bedroom. I found it when I found the pinball machines.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
I'm going to be checking on that. I'm just saying, buddy.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment?
No.
Yes?
No.
Ooh. Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there.
Am I getting a new type of cop?
Real and provide.
Like, Communist 22, Good Cop, Bad Cop 11, Honor, Super Cop 4, Sorry Cop. I'm only 7 Sorry Cop. Ultra Liberal is getting up there. Okay, you're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real. Yeah, I guess I do. Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah. Like a horse. A workhorse. For hard work.
Yeah, what hard work do I do exactly, though?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000...
I mostly run, actually.
...down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh, and people are evil.
I can be...
You didn't make it that way.
Communist hustler?
Don't let it break you. You ride.
Yeah, I ride. A little.
A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
Yeah, and then there's pawning stuff off to that suspicious Roy guy.
Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake 'em for shit and then pawn it off.
Got that giant novelty check.
Wasn't easy getting that giant novelty check from Everard.
You can't just
Took some
offer it.
ingenuity to get into the harbor.
Oh,
You
okay.
got in, and you took that bribe as
Bribe? It wasn't a bribe. He was just helping me out. I don't know what you're talking about. He also gave me that $5, I suppose.
He did. Yes, he did. And you took it. Took it and put it in your...
Yeah, Andreas, I think I've looked through all the old case notes in the ledger.
Officer Hustle riding shotgun.
Apparently I took some money from the Manana guy too. I don't really remember.
You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider.
I guess I've made some gills, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I'm actually not.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Because the system is broken, man.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down.
It is.
That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
That guy right in my ass. There's a market for corrupt cops out there, but the immigrant cops have price dumped into fucking taxes, man. I don't know. Why am I so poor? That's the direction I'm going to choose for this one.
Because of the taxes.
Oh.
G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket,
Uh-huh.
stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
And what do they do with all these taxes other than build infrastructure and shit like that? Actually, in this world, I really don't know what they're doing with it.
Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol?
Yeah, I thought there were no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect.
I got those fucking fancy shoes, too.
Sales tax, excise duty,
Uh-huh.
extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here.
Yeah, trade is bad.
Some state's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
No fucking way. I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. Jesus Christ. Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
I like opt-in, but only a little. Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will deregulation help with all that? This isn't helping me solve my money problem. You're only making me into a free market type. Opt out. Listen, it's kind of funny, like, can you actually pursue, like, all these things simultaneously? Does this bail me out of the communist route? I'm kind of thinking 3. I'm thinking I might, like, opt out of this one. No one wants bloody nipples. It's true. That's true. Become the Omnicop. You can be everything. I mean, you know what? It does kind of fit Harry because he's so goddamn inconsistent all the time. You can do both and be very confused, so as usual. All right. Presumably this gives me a few points towards the liberal, and this gives me even more points towards it, or some shit like that. Think of Evhart. True. He does a little bit of that. Now I don't want to be like him. You're the law, and the law's always right. You know what? I'm going to go with this one. Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will deregulation help with that? I'm going to opt in, but only a little.
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
I would have so much to say right now. Oh my God. Because here's the thing. I have to worry about how the 1% get taxed because I'm not rich now, but someday I might be. And then those fuckers dare take things from me? Oh, we have done so much damage. All right. Ooh, Apocalypse Cop. Wait, Apocalypse Cop? Yeah, okay. That must be related to some of the conversation I had with Joyce, right? Was that there before? I mean, maybe it's been there for a long time. I don't know. Woo! Yeah, I'll be rich someday, and then people like me better watch their step. There you go. That's from Futurama, right? That's a Fry quote. All right, I'm going to bed. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to lock in the indirect modes of taxation. Because this is what I'm thinking is like, opting in, I guess maybe the biggest thing opting in does is unlock the thought in the thought cabinet. But then, until you lock it in completely, maybe it doesn't change your text options too much. I don't know. Anyway, it's time for bed. Still can't believe I can't pick up that bottle there, but sure. Anything change in the mirror? Probably not.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Oh.
In it, your face.
What?
Adorned with the expression.
Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression. The expression is like something we've barely touched on. It got mentioned right at the start of the game and then has effectively been non-existent. Given the amount of times people make references to it, makes me think like, are we somehow missing having this come up more? All right. It's probably related to some other skill. All right. Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression. Encyclopedia, hold on. Let this be for now.
Enjoy your journey to the 1%, comrade.
Thank you. Yes. That's right. If all of us pool a small amount of money together, then we can become super capitalists. Wait, that's not how this works at all. Thank you very much, MJ. Encyclopedia. So I don't think anything else had encyclopedia stats. It would be really nice if, I suppose I remembered it, but I was going to say if there was like a lookup. That's funny. We could put on our fancy shoes for indirect modes of taxation. Okay, and then if we look at Encyclopedia, we don't have anything giving us a penalty.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
58%. Let's do this.
Your face, adorned. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times.
Oh, they've got a deal this time.
The new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
Yeah, disco.
Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million.
Only the best communists become rich.
If it doesn't rhyme,
works for that part.
You're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
I feel I need to add a clicking sound on it. You know, in finger guns.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega.
Guillaume le Millions.
Don't worry, your pretty little head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix.
What did I just say?
Unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
I'm not currently armed, but I am probably very dangerous. How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else, like who I am? Why did I become a cop? Why do I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
Does this have anything to do with ostentatious orchestrations?
Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway.
I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
You simply stand. Is this going to help me with my expression? Oh, man. Maybe he became a philosopher in Revachol West. Wait, do I think I'm going to be both Krasnozov and Guillaume le Million? If I put the, I don't want to stop the expression. Oh, recite the poem, Tommy. Oh my God. Do I want to stop the expression? Would that change my horrible little screenshot over here? Oh my Lord. Tools. Let's see if we can wire cutter again.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Oh, no. No, nothing has changed. Honestly,
a mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
We're going to let the dice land where they may. Maybe we stop the expression. Maybe we don't. We're going to try. Failed.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Okay, that's fine. Fine. Okay. I think we're going to bed.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But
expression is eternal.
You've earned it.
Sometimes when I sleep, I have weird thoughts.
But your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Thoughts, baby.
Yeah.
A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Such a good voice, but yeah, probably brutal on the throat, huh?
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance.
My God.
Rising, rising above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
You know what? The rain, the snow, I don't want to. It's beautiful. Are we starting to be... Is Harry starting to be a little bit like me, where he likes the sadness? Where he revels in it? Like, just let me sit in some delicious angst for a while. Listen to some sad music.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old news.
Mostly bottles.
Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards.
Uh-huh.
Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
No, you know what? I am an agent of the world. I am.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this.
What do you mean going insane?
One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the money, baby.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your time.
I'm the next F. Hart.
Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Dude! Stop bringing her up! Building communism for all, and a little bit for me. This time we won't fail.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
Harry's pretty mutable, too.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
That's... yeah. Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go.
Thanks, Felician. I should probably have more faith in you.
Do it for the wind.
The wind. I am disappointed. It's a little annoying because I don't have very high shivers because my physique is a 2, right? And there's probably a thought for it or something, or maybe something I declined or something. But it's like, we need a thought cabinet thought that increased the cap on shivers specifically. Like, I don't really need the cap on electrochemistry raised up. Or necessarily the pain threshold. Apparently that's not what we're doing. Shivers is what I would have wanted. I'm sure I could have gotten it with some choices, but it is what it is.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
Let's go. Maybe I should invest more in rhetoric is actually what I should do.
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Have you seen my shit recently? I've really got it together. I compressed my shit.
It's good that your personal business is in order, but we're talking about political matters of world historical import here. You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism. But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution.
No, don't look up anything. I do not want to know how to raise the Shivers cap. No, at all. Zero. I appreciate the offer, but no.
They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
I don't know if I want to go searching for mole people, but I'm part of the coalition authorities. Have I been persecuting communists the whole time? Will they help me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder? But have I been persecuting communists this whole time?
Possibly. If you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in...
I'm going to put more points in rhetoric.
Long-term objectives. Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to go searching for mole people.
They're not mole people. They're your comrades in the eternal class.
Face off socialist sausage grinder is a 5th level spell.
To find and join them.
Will they help me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder?
Just between us, you may want to lay off this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
All right, hang on. We're back in stealth mode there. Communist stealth mode. How am I supposed to find them if they're hiding?
Let your nose guide you.
My nose?
Yes. Fortunately, communists are known to have a very distinct smell. We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage.
They're disagreeing.
Ideology and olfaction.
All right, but fine. What does communism smell like?
Failure.
Oh, Jesus Christ. There's so much failure in my life already. I don't know if I can take any more.
That's why you're perfect for the job. No one's got a better nose for failure than you, Harry. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix.
I change my clothes constantly. And I did have a bath 2 days ago in-game.
People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinez. But you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
That does sound stupid, but I'm ready. Let's get organized.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinez. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact.
Okay.
Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic.
All right, what do I do once I establish contact with my fellow communists?
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
Isn't that last part kind of counterproductive?
Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
Fucking hell, this game. All right, let's get to it.
Here we go. Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below and no masters overhead.
We got about 15 minutes more to go, and then what we're going to do is we're going to raid a Kiss for Lux channel where she's going to be playing a little bit of Disco Elysium herself today, and I'm very excited to watch. Another thought?
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work. Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built.
Maybe this is like, it's like I can go back and talk to this person whenever I want by standing here and triggering that. Does this mean I have to clean up my hostel room?
Your level of personal upkeep is irrelevant.
A bug sometimes?
All that matters is your commitment. You must seek out your... But it won't. They live underground.
Oh no, we're doing this again!
Please let your nose guide you, detective.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat these options.
No idea.
I'm ready. Let's get organized.
No,
I accept.
Here we go.
Okay, let's save and reload. Is this just stuck? Just close it. Close what?
Rise and shine, despite all the thinking you've been doing. Only, you must, but it won't. They live underground. Let your nose guide you. Yes.
Discard?
You really have
You think?
no idea what they... First, again, no. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Well, this time it cleared. I went through the same options again, and this time it's gone. Okay. I have a skill point. I'm going into rhetoric. I don't know if I'll cap it out, but we're gonna invest some more into this. Seems like our vibe for this communist run. These two are back again. I guess they were just gone at night. Hey, Kim. Kim, I want you to know I'm a full-on communist now. Hold on a second. Try to smell Kim.
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable. Just above his shoulder.
I feel like I sound like Bella.
He smells like a man. A perfectly normal man. Wait. There's something there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle.
Communist.
Strange. You're not getting any strong ideological whiffs from the lieutenant.
He seems permanently neutral in all things. What makes a man turn neutral?
Do you need something, detective?
I was just wondering what kind of aftershave you use.
It's nothing fancy, just plain old Tiger super special. Are you thinking of, you know...
Shaving? Lose these bad boys? No way!
I didn't mean to offend. It's your business, of course. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Listen, Kim, I feel like I was cheating on you, but I found out what the Pale is while you were gone.
Wonderful. What is your takeaway?
Wait, you're not surprised?
I can't stop a grown man from learning about the fundamental geographic and anthropogenic features of our world, can I?
Perhaps I should have tried, he thinks. Perhaps I was overprotective, is what's insinuated.
I'm super cool with all of it. I think it's terrifying.
Then I was right to spare you from it, no? Anyway, the Pale is no more terrifying than, say, water or death, or that we are stuck behind our eyes for all eternity.
Yeah, okay, that part, that sort of thought of like, what we are is just a brain inside of a skull hiding behind our eyes is kind of a creepy thing to like get stuck on.
Excuse me, large topics are not my forte. You seem stable enough. Keep it that way.
All right, groovy. How about you guys? Oh, actually, hold on. I want to re-equip this book here for the stats. But keep the flashlight.
Yes?
Yeah, meet Mecha Pilot. Yeah.
What is it?
Okay, nothing new.
Again?
Nothing new. Probably nothing anywhere. Lena, I'm sorry. I could have gone looking for a husband yesterday, but I didn't. Oh.
Wait. No. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right.
What do you mean? Aren't they Everart's guys? Oh, it's because they're not actually communists.
They are. But they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they? No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his rule.
Oh yeah, do I want to put the vision hat back on?
In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you.
Meanwhile, Fat Angus keeps shooting you furtive glances and mumbling uneasily to himself.
From his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardie himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away. Besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
They're not communists. Yeah. But yeah, I will go and put the frog hat back on. I like the perception. I wonder where that Sylvie is. Yeah, me too.
I've got nothing to say to you.
All right. Okay, what am I doing then? Get yourself organized. Roam the streets and sniff out some comrades. Smoke her on the balcony tonight. Get the signatures. Okay, here's the thing. Ask Scab about tattoos. Wait, the question was going to be later. Yeah. Okay, I want to cross the river. Is what I want to do. Could have done it yesterday. Hey, who the fuck are you guys?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Okay.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
I'm right here.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this.
I want to cross the river. Instant distraction.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not.
Is Cindy part of the skulls?
Yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their...
Do they smell like communists? Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
I'm several different types of cop.
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
I'm glad you asked. I'm gonna ignore rhetoric. I like it. I'm so glad you asked. I have pamphlets.
Was rhetorical. The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertnay.
These two, both of them, keep using words that make me think they're quite like kind of educated and maybe middle class, and they're just trying. They're almost like play acting as being these gangsters. You know, like the question was rhetorical. You know what I mean?
Besmertine, or the Besmerti, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime syndicates.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever.
Hipsters again, yeah.
Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
See what I mean? Yeah, non-verbal.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Okay.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual. A testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sun.
Smarter Beavis and Butthead.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
You know anything about the murder that took place here? Point to the yard.
Murder?
There was a man hanged in the backyard.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Ah, so helpful.
Also, he was hanged.
Anything else?
He was hanged from a tree.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
Thanks.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Oh, these are like Zen hipster gangster wannabes.
Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
These guys were born in the wrong millennia. They should have been born in ancient Greece. They would have been amazing philosophers.
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
That could be the case, yes. A brilliant work of art.
No reply.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kim's not going to like that.
Scratches his chin.
Do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh, yeah. Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. just like Arno van Eyck.
And you guys know about artists.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Who's Van Eyck?
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized.
A young woman kneels on a sheet of ice, as if looking for something lost ages ago. She bends until her right...
Don't understand shivers.
...the frozen water. She listens to it crack, slowly.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm pretty old.
Yep. Old as fuck.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door. No wonder you know nothing about the future. You won't be there.
Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the
Yeah, you two are badass gangsters, I can tell.
Yeah, we are.
Your rhetoric is confusing. Are you part of the Skulls or not?
We're not franchise Skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
And what makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Okay.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
Throw him off his game.
Are you sure a skull would say that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now.
Uh-huh.
So, we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say. But we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls brand in any way. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
I want to say both of these. I'm going to go with, so you're just pretending to be as nasty and vicious as Skulls.
Hey, we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Wow, okay.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
That's kind of a cool line.
These kids have the vocabulary, but might be missing a brain.
Enough about the scullery then.
Mm-hmm.
What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why does your jacket have that written on it?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss.
Again, the way they talk and their sort of raison d'etre are so at odds with one another.
The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world.
Uh-huh.
Things being defined as they seem,
Okay.
not as they are. And I guess it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
I see.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Honestly, it makes sense.
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed. And that
I think this guy's a good recruit for our communist movement.
That much is true.
I mean, he's talking about communal stuff. We are all the same. Success, godly success. We need a 60. I mean, our 17 ranking here for a goal of 16 got us that much is true. Maybe it'll lead to another dialogue.
Though he seemed lacking in vocabulary, it seems that the young man has expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
All right, well, how do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times.
Uh-huh.
And even then, it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
load up,
you get more fish in a shorter time.
Uh-huh.
And for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking some.
I want to see Kuno talk to these guys. Absolutely.
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing.
Dude.
That, to me,
okay. It's like fucking Zen, right?
Your dick into the void.
It's like, what branch of Zen do you follow? Fucking Zen. Oh, okay.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Dude, we need you on Team Communist.
Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Hey, Kim. Can I steal these jackets?
Yes.
What do you think about their jackets?
Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan.
Why are you always so patronizing when cool possibilities cross our path?
What are you implying?
Which one would you wear?
I'm not sure I understand you, detective.
Are you more of a or a fuck the world kind of guy?
Neither.
Come on, Kim, just mental exercise.
Fine. If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements.
That works. I feel more like a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
Dude, I've only tried to kill myself a couple of times.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Okay, what we're going to do here is we're going to put in a cut. I'm going to do this. We're going to try this option. We're going to try to ask for the jackets, but that'll be next time. Right now, we're going to raid a Kiss for Luck, who has just started playing Disco Elysium, right now gone live on her stream. We're going to raid her. It's going to be our second session of playing. She's still very early on. Give her some love. We're going to be back on Monday with more of this. And we're going to try to ask for these jackets because that would be cool. So yeah, go ahead, raid a Kiss for Luck, give her some love. No spoilers. She's a little more lenient with spoilers, not too many spoilers. No spoilers. Minimal backseating. Let's try to keep that. She can ask if she wants more. And I'll see you on Monday for more of this. Thanks, everyone. Is there a third session? Oh, is it? You're right. She did Monday and Wednesday. That's true, but she's still very early on. Okay, bye-bye.